Ryzen with us today.
Hello, hello.
And one of the things we were talking about earlier is markets and gameplay. So we're going to go ahead and have Fetz start off with what he was kind of getting into earlier.
Ah, what was that exactly? I think we were talking about how competition works and why the pricing of certain things kind of looks skewed to us or sort of under a recommendable value
Cor-
because there's essentially no competition in terms of quality or location or preferred services, something like that. It's all about, getting the product out as cheap as possible. So
right.
everything is the same. So
District
yeah,
Market 6.
uh, um,
And we were
should
also
we should
kind of talking about like what we felt could be done to help kind of fix some of that problem. Like what are some of the things the game is facing that is causing those problems? That you brought one of those up that was really good.
you're referring to the thing with the
Wear and tear.
incentive to have vertical business?
Yes, like the wear and tear on machines and such.
Ah, right. Yeah, well, I think that kind of part of the problem right now is that yeah, because everything, as I said, is in the end the same homogeneous product. Um, the only way to get your product out is to produce it as cheap as possible. So essentially, um, you if you buy um, all the inputs that you need for your product, you are worse off than if you obviously or everything yourself or mine everything yourself, um, because you're reducing the margins for others, right? And you are creating your own wiggle room the deeper you go into every detail of your own productions. So essentially, what the game has is it encourages you to do as many of the production steps as possible by yourself in your own enterprise. And as we only have these public markets to sell our products from, um, we cannot even compete in terms of location, like close to customers, for example. There is no way to advertise that you, for example, have a great location where you can land without crashing,
Right.
unlike the fixed market, or where you have a certain variety of products available that are, I don't know, like focused on a certain uh, type of ship or whatever. But you are a location where you are reliably have everything available also that you need.
So I'm going
No,
to
there is
interrupt you real
no.
quick,
Yeah.
and because I had a thought on that, and kind of similar to the way that they have markets now. I thought that it would be very simple for them to just allow for us to have a transaction kiosk that is purchasable the same way like blueprints are through the game. And when you have that and place it, then all it does is it pins your location and people are allowed to go there. But you have to get like certain qualifications to do it. Like you have to have a large core and you have to have a certain size organization or different things like that. But allow people to get to that point where it would be real easy and people when they look for a market or an item. Oh, I came in too hot. Oh yeah. The gravity. I hate gravity here. But I think that would be something that would be easily done. It would kind of fix what you were talking about in the sense that allowing for players to have that location. When you look for an item, it tells you, right now, it tells you it's on Alioth 17 or District Market 7. Well,
I
now it
mean,
would tell you. Go
yeah,
ahead.
what you have are these VR stations, right? So, I mean, some voxelmancers out there, they do nice advertising, and like they set up a shop and they show what they can do, right? And they set up a VR station that you can visit the shop. But how do you advertise the VR station, right? How do you get people to find you and your product? So we have no way to really say like this is what we do. This is where we at. This is how you can
Wouldn't
look at us.
wouldn't it
That
be
sort of
very
results in the standard statistics market because some people try to put up advertising there, right? Some of
right?
it is very good if you look into.
But
But
like, and this is a asking you, would you think that being able to designate a VR pod as a market pod, specific, so when you search for it, you can either search for just regular, VR stations, or you can search for a specific market. When you click on that person, that market, it would tell you what they would be able to put a description in there. I mean,
yeah, I mean, certainly. I mean, if Arias could put up some some shop somehow, right, where you can say, right, or essentially, it's just feeding his market information into this market system that we already have.
correct.
Um,
That's what I
if
envision.
if you could say my fuel is so and so much, find me here, and the coordinates would pop up somewhere, should work, right? You don't have to fly to District 6 market if your own coordinates could pop up. That's right. Doesn't have to be the VR station.
Right.
It's just really feeding your coordinates and the actual price and number of items that you offer into this market system, and people would fly to your location instead of that other market. Yeah, that would certainly be an interesting idea and not too hard to do, maybe. And it's just setting up the database for it, if you think about it in the system.
Right. It would definitely, I think, be, easier than, all this that is at the market, all this
Essentially, they
clutter.
would have to find a way to feed the information from all the dispensers into the system. If you think about it, right, because
Uh,
there you have the product number and the price, and it's there, and
right.
it
Well,
has coordinates.
that's what I'm saying is that we already have these marketplace kiosks. Okay, isn't that essentially
Yeah,
what it is? Because when you go
yeah,
here and
exactly.
you sell something, that's what it is. So you would have to purchase one of these kiosks, which comes with the game code. A guild would probably be or I say a guild, but that's what I'm saying is you put some restrictions on it, so not everybody can, every Dick and Jane can do it, and that it also has, the, uh,
License cost, right?
yeah,
If you want to set up a shop or if you want to procure a certain number of voxels on
but
the
it
market,
encourages that working together. You have to have a certain size org to
yeah,
be able to put up a marketplace.
for example, right? Yeah. Or I mean, make it like stalls, right? You can rent a stall. It has a certain
Yeah,
price,
there's that too.
so you would, yeah,
See, that was something
um,
actually I thought that they could do to fix the ship problem. Is that anything within the hex gets charged X number of quantas a day if it stays here. I guarantee you people will be moving their ships.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, impounding in the end. If you
There you go.
overprice, it's impounded.
And auctioned. Impounded and auctioned off.
Yes,
For sure.
that would be
I
certainly
think I
fueling
think
the
that was
market.
Aries' idea the other day. He was talking about having them auctioned off, impounded and auctioned.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I think there would be certainly ways. I even combine those ideas. If you have these dispensers, and it would cost you a certain fee per day to get the coordinates fed into the system per container, right?
Real
You could
quick,
designate the container.
speaking of
Yeah.
dispensers, does anybody know what happened with the whole? Did they never really release a dispenser schematic? And the depreciated dispenser is the light dispenser? I was kind of confused on that the other day when I was looking at it.
I really don't know. I don't have any
Cause
dispensers.
yeah, cause I was looking
Uh,
at getting in, seeing what about shipping dispensers and stuff, and then all of a sudden I was confused, cause uh, you know, yeah, there's no way to make dispensers right now. They don't have a schematic for it. There's only a few on the market still, and the price is climbing day by day. And
Interesting.
there's light dispensers on the market, but I never saw a light dispenser schematic. I saw a depreciated dispenser schematic. So and I didn't want to buy it because I didn't know if that was the light dispenser. So I was a little confused,
I
but
have checked for dispensers. Dispenser. see dispensers from 100,000 upwards. Maybe I should grab one. There's only one over 100,000.
Like I said, as far as I know, there is no way to make them at the moment. So,
Light dispensers are at 16, and there's plenty of them available. But no schematics. Deprecated dispenser schematic. That's confusing indeed.
yeah. So. But yeah, I definitely agree with you earlier that if they would introduce a wear and tear on machines, based on their level, so advanced machines wouldn't wear and tear as quickly as a basic machine, but
That is,
but then also require, that you repair them with scrap the same way that we repair any other item to keep them, going. And then on top of that, if they would introduce some kind of actual, power system, how are we actually powering all these, do they all come with their own mini nuclear reactor, what's going on here?
the mistake that they made is thinking that introducing these items with a high one-off cost would stop or change the market system, right? But it just delays the process to where we got before. Right?
Correct.
It just takes a while until you have earned it. You cannot produce it all the time. So
It's a band-aid at best.
Yeah, and I mean, whatever the process in the end is, the formula to reduce the integration of individual run business. You have this super high degree of automation, and you have no running cost, and you have no complexity to production. Really, you just link things up, and there you go. Just what they changed was just the price of that happening, and it's very easy. I mean, the formula to complexity is adding clicks, right? It's the more clicks a person has to make, the less willing he or she is to actually get that item going, right? And
Right.
the other part is the running cost. Stuff like energy management will still come and so on. But if I'm less inclined to just hit the indefinite run button, if that has a cost, then I won't do it, and will look more at the efficiency rating of that industry that I'm running, right? And I think about more, and I want to do it well. So more clicks, more running cost. That's the two pieces that sort of have to come together to get people to stick to a certain part of the business more rather than doing everything by themselves.
Right.
Clicks and running costs. And
It's
that also opens up new jobs, right? If I have to hire somebody else for the clicks, then that's just running costs. But we'll see in what direction that can go. But
after hearing the guys' point, it's really going to put me on I completely disagree with you guys. So
Okay. Awesome.
So, of course, over all of our lives, there's been hundreds and hundreds of video game successes and not successes. So, what you can tell with most games, especially like the big argument with Star Citizen, is getting way too complex. Star Citizen is going to be the biggest collection of nerds since the largest Star Trek convention. It really is. But it's never going to be a Grand Theft Auto. It's never going to be, have that many people. Like, if it makes it literally to 10 million subscribers, I would be extremely surprised. You're going to have extremely dedicated people, 5 to 8 million really dedicated people. But because of the complexity, they have to add a lot of gameplay that's really easy. That's the way games, like the most popular games right now, are very, very basic. Look at, for instance, Call of Duty. Yes, there's like 20 maps now. But what do you really do? You pretty much do the same thing. Yeah, you can have different, like hundreds of different types of strategies from what you do. But, look at how complex this game is in beta, early beta, compared to Call of Duty. And a lot of people want to add stuff. But the part I disagree is I don't think they should make it extremely too more complex. They need to add more content, absolutely. But adding like the mechanics of like repairing your machines having wear and tear, great feature. But look how many people this game lost with making just adding schematic.
Yeah, what you say is right, but it's the question of what they want in terms of the game in the end, right? If they the intention of the step that they took here with these updates and adding costs and so on is clearly the intention to get people to professionalize more, right? And if no, what way would you suggest to get there, if not by adding complexity and running cost?
To limit the amount what people can manufacture or make it harder to them do mass manufactories? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, I mean, if their intention with that update was to get people to professionalize more on, or get people off this complete production process, right? What do you think should be the steps to there? Right. I mean, you're right. Adding complexity pisses people off, right? Less people might join the game if it becomes too complex. And
Well,
I mean, the question is where you add that complexity. Right now, I think you have to find out a lot of things in this game. It's very interesting. The part of complexity they have in the game so far is, I think, appealing to players. Yeah, but the question here is now specifically on the question of how much industry can I run, right, as one person, and when do I have to join up, or how do you set incentives to join up with others for a joint production or business? And I think the steps to that are, adding complexity and clicks and time and running costs in a way. And you might be right. Adding all that might piss more people off in terms of subscribers, but what other way is there to get people to specialize, if
Oh,
not complexity and whatever, right? If not all the stuff that pisses people off.
okay, well, and see, this is something that I totally love that we're talking about because it kind of touches on the topic that Aries and I were trying to figure out the other day is what is our actual cost for warp cells? We can sit there and calculate it based on the price of different components on the market or based of the price of ore. But if we are producing from the ground up as we are, we get the ore, put it in, and produce every component along the way until a final product, what is the actual cost that we've done? And right now we are able to maintain somewhere in the range of I think 3 warp cells every 45 minutes, and we only have to go out and mine maybe 3 times a week to maintain that that production, and that is until we run out of, ore. Right now, we don't require any high tier ore to make warp cells, so it doesn't look like we're going to run out of that ore anytime soon. Not only that, it does look like as that ore becomes more scarce for us to mine ourselves, the price of it on the market will still be at an acceptable cost compared to what we will be starting to sell warp cells for. So, it's still kind of hard for us to do that. In order for us to get a better profit, we need to bring in a third person or a fourth person, somebody that is now constantly scanning, somebody that is now constantly mining right after those scans come in. But then that splits our overall profit of the warp cells to make those people also get it. But then they also have to take in the risk of the warp cell. And that's where these organizations come in. I was telling Aries the other day that we could actually create our own, like you were saying earlier, sub-organization of, Demigod's warp cells underneath of DG360 Live, or DG360. And
Yeah.
so we would be a sub organization, and our kind of goal at the moment, and the way that we see it, the only way to quote unquote win in this game is the the least amount of money you pay. Do the most in the game and pay the least amount of money at doing it.
Mhm.
So if you're having to buy, or you've already lost in some way, but if you have gotten people who love to mine, and they mine for the organization or for the company or for whatever it is, and that's what they do. And you as an organization then in turn provide them with the scrap that they need to repair their ships, or the parts that they need to upgrade their ships, or those kind of things. Then, again, we go back to that barter type system, where the organization, and this is my main problem, is that the game already exists to work like this, but it's the social side of it that works against us, the greed, the making the money individually, and I don't see a way to fix that in the game. I see ways of putting restrictions, like with, repairing items, so then you're kind of, I have to get somebody else to come in, or I have to have, extra help, or, but it's not there's nothing that I see that actually promotes, I want to work with somebody else. And I don't know how we could actually get that in any of these games. I think even Star Citizen suffers from that a little bit.
Yeah, but that in some way that always relates to, what economic or gameplay incentives do I set, right? Every action is sort of a question of supply and demand. Yeah? And no matter if there's a price to it or not, you want somebody to act in a certain way, what incentives do they have to have, right? And so if you say, all right, we have a social problem, then the question is, how do I get nicer players on board?
Well, I
um,
mean, again, like, here's the thing: is that
or how do I set economic incentives to force people to act in a certain way, right? But right now, what we have is, what you are asking for is, you want people to want that, right? And you want people to join up in organizations, and you are asking for an economy that is based on goodwill, because otherwise, even in today's economy, why would I join business with somebody else just because I want it? Or if
Right.
there's
Well, and see,
if
that's
there's if
that's
there's
kind of an
profit.
interesting question too, is because my mentality in the game world also carries over into the real world, in the sense that there have been a couple of businesses that have come close, that almost reached that ideology, but then ended up falling short. Like
What
Google and
that is very
Apple.
interesting, because actually I work in that space a little, right? I work in developing economies, so it's all about Africa and so on, and Asia and South America,
Right.
and I work there with young people, youth, partly out of school, dropouts, and very vulnerable target groups, partly refugees and so on. And there the question is, how do you get people to get to an income in a place where that there are potentially new employers, where there is not a real market and so on. So the question is rather like, how do you incentivize a certain economy to build for the benefit of everybody around? Right. So that's the big goal in the end. It's built
Right.
in very small steps, but um, what what we are trying to do there in many ways is, for example, to set up this, to find the core function of that local economy that is there. Just to use a West African example now, there we project working with young women as a specific target group. We are looking for a peanut business, for example, right, where we are getting a youth group together, like 10, 15 people who otherwise would never be able to have that capital together to do that first procurement of initial peanuts, for example, buy the processing equipment, and start the sales, right? So there's a bunch of trainings involved. You have to sort of get them to do savings together and found this organization, very much like we do this here in the game, right? So this is a very nice sort of relation between these things.
Awesome.
And you do that because what you're trying to set up, I mean, you have this little function there where people are processing peanuts, but to have that wider benefit, right? You don't want only 10, 15 people being employed in the end. You're also looking at who is producing those peanuts, right? And how do you assist them to, have a better production, or actually start a production in peanuts, for example. And then who's the buyer market? right? How much do I need to produce for the local community? Or is there somebody who would be interesting to take that peanut butter and take it to some other place? Actually, there's a bit more to the peanut butter than just peanut butter, but actually we're talking about therapeutic foods. But the question then is like, who links up to their business and why, right?
Right.
And there, I'm talking about economies in crisis, so everybody is looking for a business in some way. But you also need to work a lot on changing mindsets, because everybody there, I mean, this is a crisis economy, right? These are people who have been exposed to civil wars or terrorism and whatever. So everybody is very much concerned about how to live the next day, actually, right?
Right.
So it's not easy to get people to understand that sharing is caring and important in that way, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to do that at all, right? And to avoid also that, you know, some people try to take advantage in a certain way. So yeah, how do you influence a social system of players in our case here, right? How do you get people to understand that if you want to have a nicer game where everybody can take part, you need to think in a different way. It's not just by acting on short-term benefit and income, but you actually want everybody to have share in this.
And that's
Right? So
kind of
you
what
ask
I
a
would.
social business question. It's a social business question.
Right. But that, and see, that's kind of what I was getting at earlier with telling you about my FedEx idea. You know, the only thing that bothers me in this sense, I don't mind not knowing um, who the buyer is. You know, I don't mind not knowing that person's name. But what I would like in the game is that they know who delivered it to them. You know? Because that kind of creates what you're talking
Yeah,
about is a little bit, because this is not,
branding.
I'm
That's
not
branding.
necessarily doing this to make a profit. You know, I saw
Yeah,
need. I saw that they are actually legitimately want a product. They're willing to offer a decent price for it. And since I'm going to those places, then I might as well go ahead and try and deliver those. You know, and I would like to encourage that. And if they saw, hey, Ash Kior did this, then maybe next time they don't even need to put in a buy order. They could come to me directly and say, hey, I need something shipped from here to here. Can you do it? You know, and that starts to build. See, we have no way to translate game into networking. I can go into Discord, you know, right now, and I can try to search through there and find somebody that's advertising that they do a specific, you know, FedEx type system. But, you know, again, if I can use the game system to give proof first, you know, hey, he's done deliveries, he's been out there, he's filled requests already, kind of like a reputation, you know, then, you know, they would actually be able to, and then have a way to request me, you know, pick me specifically, hey, do you have a, you know, are you coming to this area, can I get you to bring this, you know, that sort of thing. The other thing that I think that they need to do, which I would have done multiple times, is allow for transport of someone else's cargo, you know, like securely. I don't know if they have that yet. I mean, I have thought about it. The only thing I saw that they could do is if you bought the item at a place and then they had a VR on their ship like I do, and you VR'd over to it, you grabbed your items, you claimed them, you put them into their container, which, or a container that they
actually,
have. Go ahead.
actually, that question, I mean, as well as in Dual Universe, as well as in Star Citizen, we have been asking that, right? How do you get services going, right?
Right.
And in both games, we don't have a system that allows to do contractual services, right? I cannot put out an agreement and have somebody digitally sign up to it, and then potentially, you know, have a punishment or whatever involved if he doesn't, if he fails to deliver that service. Because how would I ensure, for example, if I take ore, right? I want to have a contract with somebody to just reliably deliver me ores every week and put them in a certain box. How do I make sure that this actually happens?
Oh,
Right? I
okay.
can only hope, right?
Well,
And
yes
if
and no.
something ends
So,
up in my box, I don't know who delivered it. So if I,
so
were to buy from 10 different suppliers, who do I pay? What for?
So I had an idea about this, how to actually fix this. It's actually real simple. It's a reverse uh, dispenser, or a, you know, a
Yeah,
modified dispenser, in the
yeah,
sense
where I
that
can put out money and people just
you,
get stuff.
yes, you would deposit money into that dispenser, and
The
set it
biomass.
at like 55 per liter for, say, you know, malachite, whatever. And every liter that they dumped in there would deposit into that player, you know, 55 credits. The transaction would finish. You know, it would
Yeah,
actually act like a bot as well. Like you would
yeah.
need to have player interaction almost, where you know
That
you can
brings
do
us
that
back
trade.
to an earlier question that we had, right? Where we talked about how to get the dispensers linked up to the market. And I mean, you can put out buy orders right now. And it's the same way to do it. And you
Right.
can put out buy orders on your market, but you cannot put out buy orders that deliver stuff into your container at your base, right? That is sort of what people are lacking in that regard.
And I don't see that it. See, I don't see how that's really all that different from. Um,
I mean, very simply speaking, right? The dispensers that are here at the base, for example, could be linked to the market for the sales purpose, and you would have people flying to your base and buying there. And the more you have there, the more it becomes a vibrant marketplace or whatever.
right. You know.
At the same way, the other way around, having biomats as reverse dispensers, also linked to that market instead of buy orders that force you to go to District 6. I mean, I mean, it's asking the question on how we would want this to unfold, right? And I think some of us have that aspiration of, you know, our base becoming a vibrant marketplace. Others just want to run a factory. I don't know. They don't necessarily want that part. So
I want to
I
run
don't
a
know. Maybe,
factory.
yeah, there you go. You don't necessarily want to set up a base where you see a lot of ships landing and whatever sort of thing. But there, there you are, right? And so the question is only what links us to the market and from what point of sale, right? It doesn't really make a difference if you think about it. If you have your own dispensers linked to a market and it reads the information there, it just might change the location of sales, right? You have people flying to your base instead of District 6 market. And
Right.
that's the main change that this would do. Other than that, you already have buy and sales orders, and technically, what to say, right? And you want to buy on Matters, you can put a buy order out there. And
Oh,
if you
I'm
want to
so
buy or
fucked.
sell on
I'm
the
so
order,
fucked.
you can do that.
I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked.
What did you do?
Oh, this is gonna hurt bad, I think. Maybe not, maybe not, maybe not. Oh, I tried to switch around mid-flight like I do on lower G planets. That was a really bad idea.
The main change that we would want, right, is how do you get people to buy stuff out of your dispensers instead of the other guys, right? What would make somebody buy from you at the same price or even at a one schmekel higher price instead of that other guy, right? So it's just setting up different shops instead of one marketplace, right? Or it would be increasing the number of marketplaces because right now you could put up your product on a different market and tell somebody, well, I put them there for 13 schmeckles
And
instead of
that's
the 12.
and that's where I was hoping that by having, you know, the planets with the different ore types, that, you know, people would think, okay, if I'm going to build this specific product, then my best location is going to be this planet. Because I'm on
Yeah,
that planet, certain things are going to get shipped there. But that's not what happened. Even though that is they tried to do that in the game, people still ended up just putting all of their production mainly on like Alioth or on Sanctuary or something. You know, not
it's a
many people
question
moved that.
okay. It would be interesting to find out more. I cannot say why that is because technically you're right. If the ores are over there, then you should produce there. I would ask the question like, how does that look logistics wise? Can I um, have the if I bring the pures only the pures to Alioth and produce there, right? What
Well,
does
I,
that add
I
to my
did run
business,
the
right?
numbers, and actually, that's why I want to set up on a space station. No production on any planet is worth it. Bringing up ore to a space station above that planet, refining it there, bringing the pures to a centralized location, and then producing the rest of your component. So like, you know, I would produce all my pures right above the planets that they are gotten from, and then I would have a star carrier that never touched down on planet and was designed only to go from space station to space station with the most efficient fuel warp cell usage, and I would have it delivered to that centralized location. That centralized
Yeah,
location would
probably
then build warp cells from the ground up and disperse out
most likely makes
accordingly.
most sense. Most likely makes most sense because at that centralized location where you have set up a huge factory, which is right now possible, um, there you have the most flexibility of what to produce next, right? And you can just add it at the next product. If you already produced a certain, or if you have focused on a certain production at that other location, then you can only produce that there,
Well, what I'm
right?
saying
But
is
that
that
one central location gives you the most production flexibility.
well,
So
what I'm also saying is just like in real world, kind of, I wouldn't, we wouldn't really be doing anything other than warp cells. We would never produce, we would never set up another production. Like the only thing
yeah.
I've got going on the side is scrap, and the only
Yeah.
reason I'm doing
I'm just
scrap,
wondering, for example, about space also, for example, right? If you, the space that you have in your cargo container,
hmm
would you be able to transport more pures to that central production facility to produce a higher number of that final product, rather than transporting the final product? Right? What is the number
Okay, so
of
what you're
ore?
saying is like how many components could I produce above planet with those
Exactly.
pures and then just ship those components?
Yeah, if you had a
Yeah.
certain number, right? If you can transport, I don't know, 10 items in your container to the sales location versus the number of ores that you could transport, would that maybe give you 12 items if you took it
Right,
to the
but
other
that would
side?
only be beneficial if everything to make that component was gotten off that planet. So, but yes, it would be. If I could reduce my raw ore shipping to the centralized space station by producing any components from that raw ore directly above planet and then shipping those components, yes, that would be much more beneficial. But like right now, the way that I've looked at for warp cores, we need 3 planets, I think. Is that right? Is it 3 or 4 Aries for all of our ore? I think it's 3 or 4. But anyways, and I don't know if only maybe a few of those components could actually be made above directly above those planets. Like we would have to ship something somewhere anyways at one point. And so yes, shipping the pures to the central ends up becoming the most efficient in my opinion. But it is something I would like to look into now because I hadn't considered what you were talking about and producing some of those components directly above planet.
Yeah, I think just, I
But
think
I think, I'm
for now
sorry.
it would make no, it would make sense to have that centralized production facility, and I would like to have that in space over Elliot, because this is still the place where most transaction happens. Right?
Well,
This
and
doesn't mean that there's more profit in transporting things back and
that's
forth, but
that's how you
we
do
have
it.
to figure out what those are. Yeah.
You were asking Fets how you get somebody to come to your dispenser. It's the space stations. I mean,
Mm.
honestly, it's because you're less fuel. If you're not having to go all the way down to a planet to pick up your items, if you can get your organization, everybody in there to produce a little bit of something, then when somebody comes to your little strip mall, they know that they've got an X amount of stuff and they don't have to go all the way down to the planet to get it. It's right there at a space station. Easy
Yeah.
access.
Yeah.
So what we really need to do is work on getting org space stations and make them nice and landable. you know.
True.
So,
Have the refineries on
but
the
I think
ground.
something else that we need to do, and sorry to interrupt you, is try to explain to our newer players that um, you're not necessarily going to make money fast. That honestly and truthfully, this is a marathon game. DG even said it. That this game is a marathon. And what you need to kind of think of, and I was telling Aries, and we talked about it too for our warp cell production, we're not looking to really make money anytime soon. Our first goal is to subsidize our own warp cell cost to where we're producing enough warp cells to cover all of the warp cells we're using in that production. Once we've hit ground zero, our next step is to start producing enough excess warp cells to provide to the organization at a reduced cost than what it is on the market. Once we've reached that step, our next one is to then start producing enough warp cells to start spreading on the rim markets where they're going to be most beneficial to us. So, and after that, if we get big enough, then it would be coming into the core planets and, trying to make money there. But, that's what it is as a corporation of just two right now. So again, having a little bit better scope of what it is you can and can't accomplish on your own and how long it takes to actually accomplish those things, is something else. Even still, a funny thing we were talking about, he made a joke to his son the other day on his alt account saying, go ahead and queue every talent there is. And so his son actually queued every single talent that was available, and it was somewhere in the range of 6 years, Aries, was it? It was crazy to get all the talents, mastered that are available so far in the game. So even that kind of gives you a scope.
That was good. But yeah, it was about 5 years, and there's still more talent he missed.
So
Yeah, well,
they are revamping that, right? The talents a little bit. That's one thing I think, to answer your question from earlier about what can they do instead of adding that. I think they should leave the base manufacturing exactly the way it is. Or of course a little bit of tweaks need to be added in there, but generally the same thing. Don't make it so
what about
people
energy?
can only make certain items. Keep letting people make everything, but go ahead and speed up, give manufacturing bonuses, additional talent for the items that they want to specialize in. Like they kind of have that now, but it's very basic. Yeah, I can make it faster. I can save a little bit of resources. I think they should go for depth with that.
But see, and I totally agree with you, but I don't see that they could go in depth with it unless they introduce some of the more painstaking things like what we're talking about, wear and tear and energy usage. If they added those things, then yes, your skills could become more in depth to where the machines that you personally produce don't degrade as fast. They have a, plus 10 to...
for new entries, right? What would that mean for new entries? If, for example, we had 10 levels instead of 5, yeah? So you could professionalize more on, let's say, for example, as I do, the basic stuff. Then somebody who would come in at, a year from now would be facing the competition of entering a market where everybody is level 10, right? And is producing super efficiently and it's very quick speed. And what do I do then, right? I cannot even produce at competitive cost. And just kind of increases the entry barrier for a new business, forcing people to mine.
Well, what do you think? What do you think about talent? Like, I can't know. Talent boost through time, as in you're doing it, you get additional experience for that area of expertise.
I don't understand.
So, like you do stuff,
So
you get
you
a lot of talent
learn
points.
faster by doing stuff.
Yeah, or you can learn faster, or there could be additional talent fees or bonuses that you earn doing it on top of it.
Remains
Not
being
big, but just minor.
delayed to a certain limit, right? It's, I mean, you're right. You can get people to focus on certain aspects of skills. The more skills you bring in, or the deeper these skills go. But if you increase the level of certain skills, then it just becomes harder competition for new entrants. More diversified skills might make sense. But for example, I don't know, you have just a wider range of talents. That would certainly get people to stick to a certain path in a way.
Yeah, and there's a reason why Skyrim's much bigger than EVE Online, just saying for talent.
But in the end, if you have a maximum
That's funny.
skill level, it always means that at one point that is skilled out and you go to the next one. So over time, you still have super high skill sets and whatever.
That is true, but that's only a problem with linear progression, and that's what this skill-based set is giving. If they would offer a much higher, like you were talking about, level cap, so instead of 5, let's let's jump it all the way up to 100. But give it massive diminishing returns. So yes, early on you get quick benefits as you train those skills. But as you get to the higher skills, you're really starting to nitpick, which then kind of gives where are you going to get that full spec to where you get that 99%, increase to an attribute. Or are you going to go ahead and start maybe, renaissancing out and getting a couple of other base skills, PvPing here and doing something else there. I think it's the diminishing return side of things along with the, increase in level scale that would help, with what y'all are talking about instead of just a, like a flat rate, which is what they're doing right now to the skill increase.
Yeah.
Sorry, I keep giggling. It's just when you said level 100, I'm thinking of a dig sphere at a level 100 and making a hole big enough so you can pull the Death Star into Alia. That'd be pretty cool.
No, but like level 100 would still be only maybe 25% bigger than what our biggest is right now. You see, that's where the diminishing returns comes in. But if you had that, then you would be able to fit a size 2 drone, which only people at that level can use. You see.
What would actually also be interesting is if you don't use a skill, you lose skill points on that over time.
Yes, and like Aries and I were talking about, like actually gaining skill points while you're doing something. See, I haven't put anything into piloting.
The reverse of it would also be interesting, right? I could learn, if I add up skills all the time, right? But I, stop using my basic ore skills, for example, at the time that I went to more advanced, then I would unlearn those basic ore skills. I would forget.
Yeah, I mean, there's possible. I wouldn't mind something like that as long as, like I said, the reverse was possible. Because right now I have no piloting skills. And I probably really should put some piloting skills in, but I've got so much else to do. But I spend so much time piloting. It would be nice if I earned the, 6 something, the when you don't have anything queued, that accumulation rate. If I could earn that while actually piloting my ship, actually flying, if I could earn that towards any piloting skill, I can't use it anywhere else, but I can put that into my piloting skills. That would be amazing. Or again, I'm not really a miner, but I spend a lot of time mining. So if I could, then use that little bit of experience to boost that, it would make it worth it. I wouldn't feel the grind so bad because at least I feel like I'm earning something in the process,
Yeah. But leading back to that original question, how would that in the end change the market, right? Higher skill. Yeah, I mean the problem that we mentioned is that you can produce too much over time, right? And I mean, no matter on how you earn, in the end, the question is how do you maintain people's focus on specialization? How do you avoid, or how can you prevent people from being able to do everything? Or even if they are able to do everything, how do you incentivize them not doing it? And skills there aren't necessarily the key, right? If we just take it, all right, however you earn your skills, and
I disagree.
How do you?
I'm sorry, but if they were to actually do it right, okay, so right now let's change the baseline. Okay, say that right now you are, let's leave the nano pack alone. Okay, we're not going to mess with the nano pack. We're going to say that everything that you can craft in the nano pack and its times remain the same. I like that. That's cool. But if you need to craft anything else or you want to get production going, okay, then let's say just something simple like nitron. You want some atmospheric fuel and it's just for you. You don't want to have to buy it, right? It's the simplest thing. That's what they do. They get it going. It's coal and freaking, quartz. It's easy. And oxygen and stuff. You can do that easy day, right? Well, if instead of it only taking 3 minutes to make that 400 liters, if it took 25 minutes or half an hour or an hour baseline, to create that 400 liters, because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You're just pressing a button. You have no
Mm-hmm.
efficiency, no understanding. But then if we take what I talked about with, or what we talked about with the increase the levels that there are and create a diminishing return to those levels, then as you start to put points into the skill set, then it becomes actually viable. But that's where the incentive to specialize would come from, and not to do everything, because you can't do everything. It's one, it would take too much time. Literally, it would take you years to get anywhere near where you could do everything. So, and by that point, everybody else has already done a specialization and passed you up on one of the things that you tried to not specialize in. you know so in my opinion, I think that that would be the incentive. Is that if you just do the simple math after that point, you should realize that if you are trying to make money, or if you are trying to become someone in the game by having the biggest buildings or the most buildings, or whatever, anything, then you're going to have to do that specialization, and you're going to have somebody help you. In that, you're going to need an organization. You're not going to be a one-man org. Sorry, just my personal opinion on it.
Yeah. Yeah, but I still don't see how you really prevent people from over time acquiring everything. I really, I still think the only way to do it is adding sort of
Well,
clicks and
what do
labeling
you, I
costs.
mean, and again, sorry, what do you mean by preventing them over time, and how much time do you mean? Because again, even in real life, over time, you can accumulate massive, amounts of corporations and small businesses, and, do a
Yeah,
little
but
bit of everything.
but there is regulation, for example, on cartel building, right? So certain businesses have to split up. There's regulation in place that prevents stuff from becoming too mighty on the market. At least in the EU, I don't know. They've deregulated the market in the US, right? But different markets work differently, and we don't have any regulation on this one. So, I cannot sue another company for price dumping, right? And so it's there. There is no incentive to aim for anything else than a completely vertically integrated business as big as possible. This is literally
Okay,
getting bigger is the only goal that you really have in this game, right?
But how I explain the talent, like you would gain either by doing or put another additional talent tree in as like a specialization. Um, if you do that, those companies that are focusing on that one item will be able to price gouge, or not price gouge, underprice the other the the companies trying to do everything. That's how you'd eliminate it. They can make it for much cheaper. It's the same thing that's going on in the economy right now. You have the huge corporations that can make stuff for so cheap, and then you have like the solo with like the 2, 3 people orgs that can't compete with it. Much harder to make money. Same idea, right?
Yeah,
mm,
kind
wh-
of. But
and well,
where
what I would
where would
say,
that,
go ahead,
yeah,
Sorry, Fetson.
yeah, it's just I'm so
I think that
if you
PvP helps with this, okay? And this is why I do think that PvP is important, and why I also think that while Alioth is nice, I think that there should be some restrictions as to the size of an organization, or the size of a, there should be, like you're talking about with how we have, regulations on companies. There should be some rules, here in this game as well. You can only have X number of factories on the planet. Those factories have to be registered. They have to pay taxes. If you do things like that, the nitpicking bullshit, that's what limits things. I know it gets, and like Aries was saying, that may drive some people away, But that's the point. We want to drive away people that are trying to take advantage of, the way the system is and to stay on top because of that system. We want people that are, trying to create a vertical industry to have, consequences and to rethink that ideology. So and that's where all of the nitpicking comes
Usually,
in.
you, you know, when I keep saying these things, then the American side of things calls me a communist. But essentially, yeah, I mean, you could set up regulations that make sure that there's space for every player, right? If you had the maximum number of machines that you could run, yeah, or all sorts of regulations, right? But then you
Other
would have,
yeah,
then you would have all the other side who say, no, we have a free market, we want capitalism, this is the gameplay, and here's how we go, right? This is
but see,
also there.
and
Or I was
here
promised a game where I could be anything.
here's what I say to those kind of people, because they don't want a capitalist free market. Because if they did, then honestly what would end up happening is that all areas would be PvP capable, and the more that they crush the market, you would have everybody, the little people would get together, scrounge up, mine themselves crazy for about 6 months to a year, and then they would attack every single one of them and destroy them to the ground. And then it would reset the economy, and then there would be a rush for the resources, and everything else would happen all over again. But they don't really want that, because they want their safe zones where they can conduct their businesses and grow their corporations without fear of somebody coming and taking it from them. So, when they say they want
Yeah,
that whole free capitalism, they're bullshitting you.
yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Have a game
But
in the end, right?
but that's
And
why I'm
then in
saying
the
that
end,
the safe areas should have the regulations. I'm not saying that everywhere should have regulations. I'm saying that like Alioth and any safe area, that should have a limitation on how many org buildings you have there, how many personal like they did with
yeah,
Sanctuary, how many personal territories you have there, and how many machines and
yeah,
cores and stuff.
you're absolutely right that PvP on Alliance would change a lot of things, right? Who would build these constructs if they got destroyed every day? Because there's a grieving pirate going around, or whatever you want to call him, griever or pirate or whatever. But but yeah, I mean, we are completely protected. We can build everything we want. It's a one-off cost, and we have basically the stars to reach for if you want, right? There's
Right.
nothing that limits us from growth.
And right now, with the way that they have safe zones set up around planets, the only people that risk anything is those that can't afford warp cells. Once you can start to afford warp cells, then you just warp from safe zone to safe zone. You don't even have to worry about PvP,
Mm.
you know?
Yeah,
So,
yeah. No, it's right. I think might be right. You could, for example, place like Alias or choose one or two other ones where you would say, all right, this is similar to the idea of what we had there in Star Citizen, right? You have an area where it's safer. Doesn't necessarily mean no PvP, but it might mean that there's, I don't know, every now and then
well, I mean, again,
there are.
it would open up so much more opportunity, because now the organizations that are big, they would have to actually hire PMCs or have part of a PMC themselves in their organization. That would reduce their linear growth, because they would now have to have somebody always around as protection, you know. So, I mean, yeah, while it's safe and somebody could get in trouble or get fined, you're still possible at getting attacked, and your stuff could get destroyed. So you're still going to have defenses. I think it would be great. A lot of these tiny little changes would really spin the game in a different direction for the more positive, I think. I think I'm about to head out into space for my first long travel. I need to go to Mattis first, probably.
It's somebody's always paying. I don't know. I don't know what they have in mind really for these kinds of changes in the future.
Oh, I wanted to tell you, Aries, since the update, I can now repair my core. So
Oh,
I don't know if you knew that, but the cores are now repairable. So if they take damage, they can be repaired, but I guess if they get destroyed, it said that it had 3 repairs on it, but I don't know if that was a glitch or if I was tired when I
no,
saw
they
that.
they reset all components in your inventories at least. I don't know about the result.
Well, you remember my core on the leather neck, right? It was red and
Yeah,
at 80%, and we couldn't repair it, couldn't do anything. Well, I was able to repair it.
I have a
yep,
version 5.
repair units are disabled on the system.
All right.
So definitely, we're talking about it. Don't tell DG. They'll fix it for you. Hopefully, it's try out. Hey, let's try this out.
All right.
But if, can I? Is it okay if I move that door right here, right off the your base from the pad to the right? Or are you going to make this pad big?
This fet's there.
Okay. And so, I like my stove. You got dispensers since you're saying they're limited.
What's still broken? I didn't see anything broken. That sucks.
Like making this stuff like super easy to make everything like work. They have schematic. Yeah, that was just a lot of people were upset. Yeah, because they put a lot of money into built up. Because they forgot the alpha or beta. Beta.
Cutting in and out a little bit, Aries.
Yeah, I turned on the noise suppression. The I don't know why a lot of people quit the game. Yeah, still we first joined. I guess they come out of something. Like, okay, I like that they made it a lot pretty easy because once you get the schematics, it's completely you have it forever. I'm not saying they should have a limited run schematic, but I think you should have a limited run schematic, and then after you're done getting to a certain level, like the whole level thing you're talking about, you can make that limited run schematic and that's your specialty. That's another way.
Uh, okay, I could see that. So instead of having the game sell those schematics at a set price, those schematics are only accessible behind a skill wall. After you've reached a certain level of, your skill, then you can actually unlock that schematic. And therefore, after a certain level after that, then you can, unlock creating that schematic for other people, and that's how they get on the market. Is that what you're suggesting?
Thing, but the last part sounded great about how you can make it. Like, I think if you don't have the specialty, you should say all the schematics you use should be limited run. That's one way that I actually kind of, the more I'm thinking about it, I like it more and more.
But see, okay, then you're going to have all the people like me who believe in, shareware and 3D printing to tell you to go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Once I get my hands on that schematic, I mean, I know
Me?
CAD and I know, those CNC type programs.
Okay.
So,
How about this? I'll meet you halfway just for Element. How's that?
well,
That
see,
makes more sense than everything else
uh,
you can do.
I don't know, maybe, see, again, it's, like I said, I think that, I liked it. It sounded good, like not having to have the game supply it and tell you what your price is, but that that a certain schematic is locked behind a skill wall, and that if you want that schematic yourself, other than buying it, you have to level up. Now, you
Might be a
also
thing with
know
it
that the
right
only way that it gets on the market is that somebody that has skilled up in that area has skilled up enough to be able to create that blueprint and sell it to somebody, you know.
Yeah. When I say limited run schematic, I mean like you can make like 100 of those items until you need to get another schematic.
Right, that's still, again, I did a lot of things with CAD files. If I ever got my hands on a CAD file, it doesn't disappear after 100 uses, you know. So, and if I draw it myself, again, I took the years to learn CAD, and I could draw a blueprint myself. If I want to turn around and then sell it to somebody else, again, I'm not going to require that, hey, you can only make 100 of these, and then you're going to have to come back, to get another schematic. On Alioth, what is the height for boosters? When do space engines kick in? Is it 34?
34 or 4,
100?
yeah. Somewhere in between there.
I'm gonna have
34.
to speed up again.
Yeah,
Damn it.
3450 around now, yeah.
Okay, let's try this one more again, and as soon as I hit that, and escape velocity is a minimum of 650, right?
Well, it depends on your weight.
um, what is my weight?
I know what you do.
I'm sitting at 827 tons.
Holy shit. Yeah, you're gonna have to be probably a little bit faster than that, and you got to keep your degree down below 40
Yeah,
degrees.
yeah, I know.
Make sure you're holding that space bar. You have vertical engines, right?
No,
Hold
I
the
do.
alt
I do
space bar
not
to
have
keep going.
vertical engines. Because the vertical boosters don't count as at this height.
Well, I wish I could VR to your ship, take it over for you.
No, I'll be able to. I'll be able to do this. Um, let's see.
I'm so stoked about this little runner.
I'll just need to burn all of my rocket fuel. That's what'll need to happen. I'm gonna do it just before I hit 600. And that should be enough. I'm sorry, say that again?
Aren't you glad I didn't take that tank from you?
Yes, I am very glad you didn't take that tank from me.
Hey, Seth, can you make rockets? You ought to make some money. Look at medium-sized rockets. I'm sure they're big.
Alright, gotta hit the rockets. Come on, baby.
Medium engines.
Alright, good deal. Only used about half my rocket fuel. Space engines have kicked in.
Hey, Ellie asked before I could give you these damn fucking. You're not streaming right
Yes,
now.
I am. It's okay, you're blipping in and out. Nobody knows what you're saying.
Perfect.
Alright, so now I need to pick up all this stuff on Mattis. And then it's out to deliveries. Yep. Took myself a ooh, I can't go that fast yet. Sorry. Okay, let's go ahead and throttle down a little bit then.
Can I give access to a character like for everything I own?
Yes, pretty much. That's kind of what I did with you is I gave your actor every time I have the only thing is every time you create a new core or something, all you have to do is go to that actor's permissions and add that new core that you created.
So I have to do it for each individual item. Right? I can't just make it a general thing. I have to do it for each individual core, for instance. And
Yes, for it to work properly.
eh,
It's because they gave so much control. And they didn't give a generalized control, I don't think. There may be one. I mean, we could look into it. What is it, 8,000? I can go faster than 1,100?
8,000 what?
At
Meters high?
8,000 meters?
Yeah, once you're out of atmosphere, see like the percentage countdown?
Yeah, it's the percentage
Well,
countdown. It's still
it's
giving
roughly
me.
about 6,000 or maybe 5 or
Uh,
6.
yeah, because the atmosphere percentage is. Nope. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to get burnt up a little bit.
Oh, for Mattis? Yeah.
Cause yeah, I wasn't escaping at first. Starting to fall back, and I'm starting to burn up a little bit, but I guess I can take it. No, Alioth. I hate Alioth. Leaving it.
Why?
Because it's so high gravity, man. Screw that. When every other planet has less than 5G, I am so happy out here in space. Thank you very much.
Just requires a little bit of skill in flying.
It's not the skill that's the problem. It's just the nerves, man.
Yeah. Well, if you like mining or you like less crazy, like you don't know how many towers I've run into on freaking Alia. Servers lagging or like, dark out. Some people have made towers that are partially like they'll put one voxel and then skip 20 blocks and then put another one so you can't see it until you're like 100 meters away and you're going like 1,000 meters per second. So that one
Yeah,
voxel takes out your whole ship. So
yeah,
I'm
if
out
I'm
trying to
completely on the others, first thing I would do is rate these one voxel towers.
I am looking forward to that in their description. 'Cause some of the things that they talk about, that's upcoming, and one of those is the salvage of abandoned structures and stuff. And we were talking about that too the other day. Is like wondering what kind of terms they're going to go with. Like if you haven't logged in 30 days, does your structure automatically become abandoned? That kind of thing. Are they going to let us completely disassemble it voxel by voxel after that, or is it just going to delete it from the system? So, I'm interested to see what they do with that. And we also found out that while they have said that they are not resetting the servers, they are basically going to give everybody a kind of like cleanish slate, because they have slated that they are going to redistribute the ore on all planets.
Oh, very interesting.
Yes. So it's almost like a clean slate, so we don't have to worry about, say, the moons and stuff being, mined out, because probably right before the beta's over and they're ready to go live is when they're going to do their planetary ore redistribution and stuff. So, I don't think that, that's going to become a problem. It's going to be, like everything's all fresh and ready for everybody to kind of expand again and do stuff.
Nice.
Not to mention with the
Probably,
implement of these drones. That sounds interesting.
yeah. I wonder if they're gonna reset constructs. Because I mean,
No, they said they are not resetting they're not resetting the game. So there's not going to be any kind of reset, but there is a planetary or system-wide planetary or redistribution.
well, I've built half underground. I hope they don't fill up the ground.
Well, have you built where ore's probably at?
No, I don't think so.
I'm sure that they've got a decent enough algorithm to calculate where existing structures are and to probably populate around them. I'm sure that their generation tool would be at least that capable.
Yeah. I like the idea of underground building as a sort of. I wanted to make this thing here look like a little bit of a bunker kind of thing.
Yeah.
Guns on top of it. Bunker pagoda.
Speaking of which, that's, we've also been talking about, the whole PvP side of it. If there is lootable stuff, like if we can actually loot somebody's thing. Aries was watching a little bit of a stream the other day, and he thought that from what he saw, it looked like a percentage of your stuff becomes unlocked and available to be taken by PvPers, while a percentage of it stays, allowing for you to come back and try to claim it again. And so, perpetuating the PvP situation. So that looks pretty interesting.
Percentage. Like out of a box or what?
Okay, so like imagine this: the same way that Star Citizen calculates when you destroy, say, a caterpillar full of crap, only a percentage of that cargo remains, and it pops it out as individual little containers. Well, what happens is when the same way that kind of damage is calculated or whatnot, when your core gets destroyed, then a certain number of your items and crates become accessible, like the RDMs are unlocked, and they can be claimed by PvPers, while the rest of it remains locked and inaccessible. So, there is some salvage in PvP is what it seems, but at the same time you don't lose everything when you die from a PvP attack. The thing is just you may not be able to get your shit back, because if they decide to sit there and wait for you, you're just going to be in another fight, and if you don't bring bigger guns, then you're going to have to abandon that construct, in which case they will then be able to salvage the entire construct because it's been abandoned. So PvP is pretty cool. I mean, it sucks. Like, I've watched it, and I can't, it's really bad, but at least there's the cool aspect of you can get somebody's crap out of it. So
The outcome of it is good.
the only downside is that right now, again, the way the economy is, the way that they have their safety net set up, that the only people you're ever going to face in PvP is either people like me, risking it because they're not doing warp cells, which at that point you're traveling almost too fast to be caught anyways, and the only way that they're going to get you is entering and exiting planets outside of, the PvP, or in the PvP zone, and, again, the chances of them catching you with how big the planet is, slim. They have to be sitting there waiting the entire time. So it's really a whole lot of, PvPers just going out there and fighting each other at the moment. So I've almost wanted to be able to see if we could like try to, get in and follow some of these PvPers and become a salvage group. Like, fuck trying to actually fight them or whatever. But when they, blow each other up, then we sneak in there. Sneak in there and steal their shit.
Huh.
Or wait,
Yeah.
just sit there in the silence and let them duke it out. And, when the victor comes and he's limping away trying to get his salvage, then we sneak in there all stealth like,
To find a way. Nothing against being a salvage professional.
All right, we're going to go ahead and cut engines, readjust our trajectory, and probably refill on our fuel. And then we'll take off towards Mattis. I think we've got about a hour trip ahead of us. What is that? Yeah,
Where are you right now?
I just left Alioth. I keep telling you that.
Oh, I'm good to you.
So it's 141, 142. SU away times 24 seconds divided by 60 is just under an hour. So cool beans. It's either that or 27 warp cells, so I'll take the long way. Have you seen that warp cells have jumped now? They're no longer being offered for anything less than 12. Mm-hmm.
Fuck. Fuck me. I think what I will do instead of moving the pads is actually deconstructing my own place again. Moving everything more to that side. Carving out each. However, that might also be a shitty idea.
Oh, something else. I want to be able to control the batch sizes a little bit better on the machines, man. Some of that's a little ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like take honeycomb for example, man. Like there is no reason that I have to make a what is that 220 squared meters at a time. Like seriously,
Yeah.
if I want to only make 100 meters at a time, that I think that should be acceptable.
Yeah.
But so a little bit more control, maybe. And again, that would be, nice to even put behind a skill tree, is that, after you reach a certain level, then you're actually able to have, more precise control over the, batch sizes that are available.
Yeah, or even, maybe even produce larger and larger batch sizes.
Yeah. I guess if you wanted to do a single large batch size instead of multiple small ones.
If there was a benefit to having larger batch sizes. I mean, you could have
well,
scaled
normally
Yeah.
in production there is the time effectiveness. So normally when you're doing a single large batch, that actually takes a little bit less time.
Yeah, which would require a cooldown in between batches. Then it might make sense, right? If there was a cooldown between batches, and
Yeah.
in the beginning you could only do, I don't know, 1 unit per batch. Then over time.
Well, see, something that I had thought about, because I worked in a factory for a while, worked for Louisiana Pacific, and we made, what is it called? Some kind of layered particle board type stuff. Anyways, it's just regular wood siding, but the entire factory ran 24/7 pretty much all the time. The only time that factory shut down was once every 2 weeks to do a 8-hour maintenance cycle. Other than that, everything ran. I mean, it was constantly spitting out wood. That's all it did. We fed in logs at one end, and we spit out all kinds of different siding, different thicknesses. Some of it was called Tech Shield. We put aluminum foil on it at the end, over there. So, I mean, and like I said, the only time that anything ever stopped was when, either something went wrong, so something broke, which was, wear and tear on items, or, when we stopped every 2 weeks for our basic maintenance cycle, So other than that, those things ran 24/7, so... I don't know. I think that, having some of that kind of stuff, but, we were able to, change some things. You could change the thickness of your stuff. You could change, how much, glue you were putting in compared to, how much wood and different things like that. So, I really did like that aspect of it. It's pretty cool, and having some of that more detail brought to this game would be nice. I would also like to, I don't know, again, me personally, I'm not a fan of this teleportation link system that we got going on between components. It's a little cheesy.
It kind of works. For me, actually, you have these transfer units, and you can line up a little bit and make a distribution between.
No, what I'm saying is that it's a little too easy. It's I guess being able to just link a container to a machine and having the components automatically teleport from machine to container and from container to machine bothers me a bit.
I mean, that is also, if you an effort there that you would have to manually throw in materials into a machine, will also certainly be a way to take out this automation aspect that we mentioned earlier, right? And it would be more effort to actually produce something where you have to produce more in steps or so.
Yeah, or again, I wouldn't mind the way that they have the teleportation system set up if it required a transfer unit at every junction. But the transfer units need to work a little bit differently. They need to have multiple input-output capabilities and be a little bit more modular. Allow me to say that, I'm filtering items to allow X number of items through the transfer unit into something else, or to pull multiple items from one. So instead of having this, and it's really weird, 4 in, 1 out that the transfer units do, like I said, giving them the more versatility of being able to have filters put in them and transfer both ways and multiple items, but then requiring a transfer unit to connect any container to an industry or said such. Then that would make a little bit more sense, because then the transfer unit becomes, the lure, in the sense that it houses whatever mechanism is teleporting items from point A to point B, kind of a thing, and that's what's required.
Would you really want those transfer units at all? Because, I mean, what we said earlier was, the more laborious you make production, the less, or the more specialized you get people, right? Because a huge production, if you had to manually bring things from machine to machine.
Well, see, again, there goes to argue that this is 10,000 years into the future of whatever, and so going so archaic as to have to transfer it manually is a little much. But also at the same time, you don't want to do what other games have done, which is like Minecraft, which has, pipes for everything. You have water pipes and item pipes, and then pipes pipe everything, and different speed pipes. You don't want to go the Satisfactory way, which is, conveyor belts everywhere, kind of a thing, because that's already been done. So I'm okay with this teleportation idea thing, but yes, it needs its own unit that is all about transporting items from point A to point B. You know, because right now it's just a generalized anything can transfer and teleport shit to anything else as long as it has connections, and that doesn't create the, you know, at least with this one you're having to increase the number of transfer units, or like you said, you're having to increase your manual labor if you can't get transfer units, you know. But at the same time, it makes your factory a lot more versatile. You know, you wouldn't be needing as many transfer units for a situation. Like even right now, the way that I have to have some setups done is that, you know, I have to build them to already be built out to hold 5 or 6 different units, even though I'm not needing 5 or 6 units right now. You know, because even at the, you know, trying to produce certain things, I need those transfer units. But those transfer units are designed to feed into a container so that that one container can connect to 8 other things. You know, so I mean, it's already designed for massive industry, and I think that that's their problem, is that they don't have anything that is designed for smaller specialized industry. It's all about being able to do things in mass scale.
Yeah, it's true.
So I would like to see some of those changes. It would be nice. Like I said, that a versatile transfer unit would be just awesome. It would fix a lot of things, in my opinion. I really wanted to be able to, you know, like, because take for instance the refineries. Okay, so you've got your ore coming in, and it's going into your refineries. Well, those refineries have byproducts. Well, it would be much nicer to have the refinery go straight into a transfer unit that then filters and splits out those 3 different, you know, products, the pure and its 2 byproducts, into their respective containers. As it is right now.
You can do that via one intermediary container.
Huh?
I have all my refineries refine the ore. They all split the pures into one container. And then from there, I have a transfer unit, at least for the steel and zero-green at the moment, to bring those 2 separate containers. So I have, like, from those containers, I bring it to the manufacturing units.
Yeah.
So I basically have one container set up, and from there I filter into the distribution chambers, if you want.
So I have my. Go ahead.
What
Sorry.
I would like to change about the transfer units is the amounts that they do and the speed that they do that. Right? I would like to set that within certain limits.
That's true. Again, with the batch sizes, being able to change it, because that kind of goes off the same thing, is that they only allow for 100 liters. Well, I'd rather it be 1 liter. You know, especially when I'm transferring like ore. You know.
I'll program them within limits. Right? But if a container holds less than X units, then throw in 5 more or so.
Actually, some of that can already be programmed within the EULA. So if you hook up a programming board to it and the data bank and a couple of relays, then it can actually do that. But
haven't played around with it, so I can't say. But, yeah.
But yeah, just something a little bit more. Oh crap! I forgot what I was gonna say. I was gonna say something. Damn it. Oh, I was gonna tell you. I had the way that I had my ore set up is that it goes, you know, into from the container into the refinery, from the refinery into a small container, so it has 3 products. From there, those 3 products, or that box is connected to 3 transfer units. Those transfer units then transfer to a medium container of the pure. So that's how I have everything, and then I have a medium container of each pure. And from there, I have transfer units that transfer it out to the designated areas that craft, you know, either LEDs or the glass or the catalysts or the wire, all the way up to the warp cells. So it's a nice little factory. You should stop by anytime you want, take a look at it, and if you have some opinions, you know, feel free. I'll listen to them. You can see kind of how I have things set up, and you know, tell me what you think about the efficiency. but it's just called the DG360 Warp Cell Factory. So it should be available for everybody to go there.
I shall have a look.
But oh, and that's another thing too, is that power would help with that. Like you were saying, you want to be able to change the speed of the transfer units, being able to pump more power into a machine. That's how you would get more speed out of it, you know. But pumping more power into a machine would also increase its, you know, chance of critical failure, or, you know, would increase the wear and tear by 10% every, you know, 30 seconds that it's in operation, kind of a thing. You know, I really like all those nerdy freaking features.
Actually, a certain range of malfunction would be interesting.
Not talents that affect your general efficiency and speed or productivity or so,
Yeah.
but actually something that leaves it more to randomness, right? If you had a certain chance of production getting stuck, right? Machines being blocked off, I don't know, 10% if you are a noob. If you have trained that talent, then maybe less. But still, even if you are skilled out, it could happen that overnight, you know, one of your productions gets stuck. Like,
What
does
the
not-
only reason I would disagree with this, while I like that kind of feature, the only reason I disagree is the entire game would have to be fleshed out so that you wouldn't think it's a bug. You know, it would have to be a very, very clear feature, you know, an understanding that, you know, this is part of the game. You know, that.
Now it's possible that we should have it as a feature.
So
Uh,
that's why I'm okay with critical failure, like the machine breaks down, it's broken, you know, or that, you know, it just wear and tear. But, you know, if you're going to say blockage, then we need to be very clear on that one.
yeah, that's true.
Especially since we just talked about the blockage bug.
Yeah, it sucks.
Uh,
Sucks it being a bug. But if it was something where I could say, all right, I have to go to machine, I have to click the unblock button, and it works again, then, you know.
Correct, yes. If there was something and when you go to the machine and it specifically said, you know, blockage or, you know, click unblock or something like that, yeah, that wouldn't be terrible. You know, I could get frustrating. But that's also where if you had your EULA programmed properly, then that would all pop up on your big screens, and those are actually interactable, you know.
Yeah.
And so you wouldn't even have to go to the individual machines. The same way that they have like ship damage layout, you can have a factory damage layout, you know, showing the individual, you know, color of each of your machines, you know, whether or not one's blinking, if it's broken or blocked or stuff like that. They could really go all out into it.
Right. Yeah, and it would, you know, require somebody to check on the machines regularly. The better you can set up your EULA programs or whatever, the easier it would be to manage a larger facility. But in the beginning, it would be, you know, more complex to set up that way.
Right.
The more you can professionalize, the better it gets. Right?
Something Aries and I were talking about the other day is we were actually a little disappointed to hear that one of the players that programmed a autopilot feature kind of had his EULA banned. You know, I mean, I think that kind of stuff should be rewarded. In my opinion, I think that they need to move towards, since they're doing it anyways with the schematics, and even though I'm an advocate of open licensing and all that kind of garbage, for the game's sake, I really think that they should probably put some kind of RDMA system into the, you know, EULA programming and not really allow copy and pasting from the web into it. You know, to where that basically, like, if you wanted somebody's EULA, if you liked how that they designed it and created it, then you have to buy it the same as a blueprint and then apply that to the programming board the same as you would anything else, you know, like a schematic. This would allow for creative rights over programming, you know, such as an autopiloting feature, but it wouldn't punish anybody for having it, because then it's not like everybody can have it. Somebody can take the time and effort to create that and then sell it for the appropriate price. Of course, I guess you could have that douchebag end up saying, oh, I'm just going to give it to everybody for one credit. But that's also where blueprints cost you money. Did you know that? Like, if you start creating your own blueprints to sell, they cost money, the same as creating territories. The more you create, the more it costs. Yeah, so you can't just have massive amounts of blueprints. So you do the same thing with EULAs, you know. You just increase the cost of the EULA program that you create to sell, But that allows people to actually, you know, then I can go to somebody instead of having to have somebody in my organization, and that somebody would make money just creating EULAs. They don't even need a production facility. You know, they could even just travel to your production facility, look at it, and set up a personalized EULA for you. You know, kind of a thing.
Service kind of stuff.
Right. It would really open the gameplay up if they increased their RDMS to the EULA programming and then allowed programmers to sell their stuff. You know, I would be totally okay with that.
They had something going on with this Lua code protection and so on as well, and I think they are working on that. The thing is, somebody already cracked protected Luas and so on, so
yeah,
I think they're checking how this can be figured out.
The old adage, you know, for every lock, somebody's going to create a pick.
If someone's Lua got blocked or banned, I would be interested why. Maybe it was just too easy.
It was a fully automated program. Aries, tell them about it.
Yeah, I think I saw the video of that autopilot.
Yeah, it was.
Basically did anything, like from blending everywhere else and so on.
Yeah, it was nuts, you know, and so it was just too powerful. That's why the F-22 got canceled.
I can to some degree understand. Well, you will have to, well, there you go. Regulation, right? Market regulation.
Yep. Yeah.
It's all right if you bring out that product, but not in one. It has to be 3 different products, for example.
Yeah.
Or certain functions are illegal, right?
See, so, again, personally, what I would do if I were NovaQuark is I would have been like, I would have reached out to that guy and been, hey, let's see, I really like this. That was some amazing work you did there, but that's a little too powerful for everybody to have. Let's see how we can, you know, like, split this up and secure it or, you know, make it, you know, viable in the game. But that's that whole mentality we were already talking about, trying to get people to cooperate. You know, it was something funny I was looking at. For years now, I research, you know, where our military's armor is worldwide. You know, who's researching the newest and best armor, and you know, it's kind of funny because it all sucks right now. But the interesting thing is that if you take a look at the individual companies and the technology that they're trying to implement, they're all really awesome technology. But where they all fall short is that by themselves, they're no good. But if you took company A, B, and C and you implemented their product together as like an overlapping or an integrated system, you would actually have some really awesome armor and products. But none of them work together. They all want to be that one. No, I'm not working with that guy. I'm not doing this, you know. So, but it's kind of frustrating. It's, you know, I see it all the time. You know, again, different electronics, different phones, you know, each one has their benefits. Why not work together and create the ultimate phone through a joint venture, you know? That kind of a thing.
Yeah. I guess there are long answers to that. Yeah, but organizational cooperation is always difficult, specifically if you work in related spaces somehow. It's just the discussions then that happen.
Well, if sci-fi is the prophecy of our past future, then, you know, it's going to take some kind of apocalyptic craziness in order for us to actually start thinking that way. You know, sad.
Yeah, but also you would be creating super powerful cartels or organizations, right?
True. Yeah. Alright, almost time to shut off my engines and conserve space fuel. Let's see, what are these notifications? Oh, nice. Sold some scandium. Who buys 4 lithium? And then player Syllaby has invited you to join organization Zombieland.
Oh, I got that invite too at one point.
I guess they're just dumping it out to everybody then.
I mean,
Oh, no, I wasn't trying to say it like that,
busy
but
guy though, busy guy, I must say, because I got my invite, I think, last week or so. So he's just coming online, just sending it out any day.
All right. Shutting engines down.
I should be doing something productive here, but I'm just idling around. Nothing but down.
It always happens that way. That's why I decided to do most of my flying now. Not much I can do while in flight. But it's actually good because, like I said, like during the day and stuff, I can actually have this set to, fly and do stuff around, and I can still get stuff done around the house and whatnot. So. Something I thought. Do you play Star Citizen much, Fetson?
Not at the moment.
But you have?
Kind of rogue every now and then.
All right.
But I don't do anything in there. I just fly in circles.
So when I got into it, my whole idea is I wanted to do the whole piracy smuggling thing. That seemed, I'd be 9 times out of 10 I'm a smuggler, but I'm always looking for that opportune moment, or that caterpillar that got a little too far on the rim or something like that. So anyways, in thinking like this and in playing the game much, one of my biggest concerns is their whole AI fascination with things. I really...
I know it, but nobody votes for it.
And they keep pushing, that all of this stuff is going to be AI driven, and the entire time that they're saying this, do you know what we see? We see AI standing on chairs. We see AI not being able to do anything that they're supposed to freaking do. So where is the confidence in this AI driven economy kind of a thing? Anyways, what I had kind of proposed, and I wanted your opinion on it, because I've only asked a few people, and not most of them are gamers completely in the sense that like I am and stuff. So I thought about this. Instead of relying on AI to do all of those, mining and trading situations like they talk about, how they talk about quantum, all this stuff running in the background. What I thought about doing is, since they're already working on server meshing and we already have things like cross-play and whatnot, why not go ahead and build out on that platform? Create a Star Citizen mobile app version where everything looks chibi. Do you know the term chibi? It's an anime term where everything's like small, miniature, little chibis. You know what I mean?
No.
Cartoonish. Okay. Well, have you seen app games where they take something that is well done or whatever, and then they turn it into, it looks a little cartoony, 2D-ish or whatever. Anyways, what I was kind of saying is basically create a Star Citizen exactly like that, where it is everything that Star Citizen is, except you are not first person like we are. What you end up doing, though, is you can still tell your character to go from point A to point B, to get inside of a ship, to take that ship from one planet to another, to initiate warp. You can even tell it to, defend targets. It's very... like I said, very low graphics and everything, very easy UI interface. It's all designed for the touchscreen. But the cool thing is that those people would actually be controlling the AI that us as computer users and first-person players would interact with, So they would actually have their...
controlling a bit of quanta.
Yeah, they would, right. You would be outsourcing the millions of quanta that you need to actual people playing it on a phone app.
An interesting idea. Yeah, basically doing an app trading game kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, not only that,
with the logic that we have in the actual game.
They could even have pirate people that wanted to play the app game. I mean, all you do is you end up hiring NPCs. You come out as a squad. You You end up being able to hire a Cutlass and a couple of Buccaneers, and you send them out to an area of space, and they do scans, and they can pick up on actual ships that are there in real time, and they can tell it to attack. They don't have any control. It's NPCs. Once they have directed it, the AI does take over, but we don't have to rely on the AI to make the decisions. You outsource the hard part to humans, where they're good at. Yeah, do this, do that, do something else.
I think that would be a very nice experience. I still think, the Quanta thing isn't that stupid, right? In general,
Oh, me neither. I like it.
Using Quanta in a certain direction is probably good. But yeah, that would add a nice element of surprise as well, right? If you could, for example, have an app game that says, I'm a pirate fleet, right?
Right.
Where do I send a fleet right now? That would be in-game an area that is now more unsecure. On the other side, in-game fees or whatever may also be leveraged. But first of all, there's a player making the decision, I want to attack a certain area. Because right now it's apparently less secure. A player might be able to spot that. Yeah.
Right.
They would add to the behavior.
I think that, yes, a perfect blend would be 50% of the phone app situation and 50% Quanta.
Do you think people might be abusing that? If you think of an organization such as they all have that game as well.
Okay.
And they are trading organization, and they say, all right, but in our app game we all run a pirate fleet. And we know where we send that fleet. Then you would have 50 players sending their pirate fleets to a certain area, and that organization in game knows that area is unsecure.
So here's the thing: is that I and this is what I say to everybody that talks about exploiting different accounts or things like that. Star Citizen ultimately, and any game ultimately that you play right now like this online MMO, in a sense, is a pay to win. Okay. Take Star Citizen for example. Whoever has the biggest ships actually technically has a better chance at surviving in the universe regardless, especially since it's still in development and CIG is starting to go back on the fact that they were going to say you can't one-man these ships, but at the same time they're saying that you will be able to hire NPCs to do almost all the jobs on the ships. So it's a little confusing in that sense,
But they're not going to be very good. They put a lot of information out there, and there's a lot of advantages and disadvantages of using those.
Correct. There is. But what you're still going to have is, because they are allowing that, you're still going to have the majority of the people that don't either want to work together or just want to do their own thing. They're going to do that.
Yeah, I don't want to work with anyone.
And then they're going to complain about it.
And you're the only one allowed on.
They're going to complain about it. They're going to be, the NPCs aren't strong enough to deal with the pirates. Well, hire somebody. It's I don't think that they should have really allowed that kind of a thing in the first place. I don't know. I think that the hiring of NPCs on your ships is just wrong. That you should not be allowed to do it.
What game can you do that in? What game do you do that in right now?
What game do you hire NPCs to run your ship right now?
The idea of hirelings or followers isn't necessarily new.
It's
the one that acts like 90% of
you games where you had other people in your group, and where you pick one, and that's the one that you play, but there's still 3 of your companions or whatever who are just following around, and that these guys aren't as capable as actual players. I think fairly normal.
But see, here's what
run against walls. that's what.
Every game that I've played where you have NPC followers, where you have anybody doing anything for you, they're only there for the storyline. They actually add anything to it. It is a storyline feature that you are working with people.
I played games where you could, let's say, pseudo-tactical games or whatever, where you could put them on certain positions.
Yeah, but see, I don't. Okay, I agree. I get where you're going with that, and that's a little different too, though. We're talking about something like this, okay? In the sense where
we're, for example, talking about you having an engineer on your ship,
right? Yes, or a gunner, or anything like that. I'm sorry, it's just that's unacceptable because it does not promote massive multiplayer online gaming. That's play by yourself.
Yeah, you will not be able to run an entire ship. You're going to be limited to the amount of that you have. Of course, there is which we have no idea.
Yeah, I think it will depend much on. I mean, there must be a certain clear communication that the intention here is not to replace players. Ideally, you would go with a player; they can do much more. Essentially, what that does is setting a baseline price, right? You have to know that what you get for an NPC is labor, but maybe shitty labor, or less quality or less efficient labor than you would get from a player, and that's the price for it, right? Because that's also what sets the price for players, right? Because you would get hired on a comparable basis. Like, what is a good baseline income? What is the intention there of the game, right?
Yeah,
And
but
in
see,
that way, but you have to, for example, know that the NPC can only repair a certain set of items, or does it slower than players with talents, or whatever sort of the way there is. I mean, in Star Citizen we don't have
right,
talents,
but
but
see that's what I'm saying. The entire problem with it is that it becomes that everything that us players end up doing is then now based off the AI's capabilities, and that
Yeah,
sucks. No,
I
it
don't
should
know
be.
that many people. Well, they had a huge issue
Look,
when they designed the
but
ships. Of course, look at the first ones that came out, then look at the new
look,
ones that are
I mean,
I
way
have to
better
take
than
another
ours.
smoke break before we continue with the discussion.
the smoke break sounds like a good idea. We'll take a 10-minute break and we'll come back.
Yeah, sweet. See you in a bit.
If you guys can hear me, you guys are gonna get.
Hello, hello.
Hey.
Ah, fuck.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome.
Oh, I was the last one to the party, it seems.
So, hirelings in Star Citizen.
Yes. Hirelings.
Well, I think it really depends on how they set them up, right? I don't think it takes out players necessarily. It's again sort of a question of what they can do and what they cost, right? So in NPCs, we will have skills, right? If you think about a gunner, for example, might be different time taken to acquire a target or the spread of whatever shoots or whatever. When it comes to engineers and so on, I could imagine, I don't know, maybe there are ranks, right? You have or levels on certain skill sets, what they can repair, what kinds of items or yeah, or you might have to
Well,
set them up in a certain way
well,
so
and
that
see, that's the thing too, is that
prioritize certain things.
if
Yeah,
you start allowing for them to have ranks, then again, all it becomes is a matter of how much money can you sink in to have a better NPC.
right, right, right.
You know,
But
Or
then how
talent.
does this
You know,
compare to,
talent
for
based.
example, a player, right? If you think about crewing your Kraken, right?
hmm
Uh, you need a lot of stuff to repair. Let's stick to engineers for the time being, right?
right.
Potentially you might get attacked. You have a lot of stuff to repair, and you have to set them all up. Right? You have to tell them, all right, you are the engineer that starts with the engine, and you are the engineer that starts with, I don't know, the guns, and you are the one that starts with the shields. Right? So you have 3 NPCs that you might need, so that you have them responsive to wherever the damage occurs. They might cycle through certain things, but they might prioritize. Right?
Right.
So bam, you need 3, and they have different ranks, right? They might be good or bad at repairing certain things, as you just outlined, or they
So,
might be fast or not fast at repairing them. So if you want 3 level, or let's say 10 level 5 engineers for all your different areas, um, how does that compare to, for example, one player who's really good at engineering? Yeah, because there you don't have any skill levels; you just have the player doing stuff. So what we want for player NPCs is there should be good
but I guess
ones.
the question
But with,
is that does it actually set it up to where one player does equal those 3 or 5 NPCs? If it is set up that way to where yes, one player could do those jobs, but it takes 3 to 5 NPCs to do the same job, then that makes it a little bit more acceptable. At the
That's
same
exactly
time,
what they said like 5 years ago. How they're gonna.
oh, is it? So at the same time, one of the things that I wouldn't be terribly opposed to would be that going a slightly different route would be an NPC player hybrid, in the sense that if you have an organization and you have a Kraken and it has X number of, positions that are needing to be filled, and you have players with the, captaining and the new player permission system that they're working on, you have assigned certain players those positions, that even if they're not online, that those players would still do their job, but you had to have a player do it, and you still get the benefit of an NPC always on ship doing engineering or whatever. Something like a hybrid like that would make me a lot more happy, even then, having 3 or 5 NPCs that make up one person's job, because then it still states that you had to have a player who is actively part of your crew, that just that when
all
they're
right,
offline, you still have access to their capabilities.
sounds interesting. Yeah, so you would basically have to say, all right, I have a contract with that player. So when that player is offline, I have access to an NPC who does that job instead.
Correct. Yeah, I think, and again, that contract would be with the player, and it could be part of the org permission system. Especially when they have org wallets and you are paying players for it, then it becomes like a daily rate or a contractual rate. If they're contracted to play that position for the next week, then yes, whether they're online or offline, their player is still doing their job, and they still get, the benefit of pay throughout that time. That contract is fulfilled.
Or, well, when
The
they
only
are offline,
downside that
when
I
they
see, sorry,
when
sorry
when
to
when they are offline, when they are offline and the NPC takes the job, then the NPC is paid and the money is off the server. Would be an interesting money sink as well.
That
It would
would be better
encourage people to
because,
play.
right, because it would encourage them to play. Because what I was worried about with my own idea as I said it was that, well, then just, somehow it creates a whole bunch of alt accounts,
Exactly,
that stay
exactly.
offline. But at the same time, I'm not against that if CIG moves to a more subscription-based payment method. See, right now there's no incentive to doing the subscription. There's incentive to getting ships. But they said that as the game goes live, they're going to move away from ship sales. But if they do that, as subscriptions stand, they'll never make any more money and the game will flunk. In order for the game to continue to expand, as they said, it's going to need to have a continual influx of money. And the only way you get that is with subscription. So I have definitely thought that, and sorry to get a little off topic with all of this, but it led into it, is that they need to take a new stance on subscriptions to offer things like different types of insurance packages that are automatic with your monthly subscription. So if you are a, the $10 or $20 subscriber, you already have a basic or, an advanced, insurance package and what those entail, kind of a thing. So
I don't like subscription models. Absolutely not.
what do you mean?
So no, I don't like subscription models because let's take your university for example, right? If I stop paying, I will never be able to look at my stuff again.
No, no, no,
Right?
no,
It's very
not that kind of subscription model. Sorry. What I'm talking about in subscription model is that you've already paid for the game. See, they've already said that you paid for the game, so you continue to get that. But what kind of incentive, right now they offer videos and a little bit of flair if you subscribe, okay? But when they stop selling ships, do you understand how much money they get from ship sales
Yeah.
versus how much they get from
I
subscriptions?
don't think that'll work. I will ever figure that out. For these
Well,
things.
see,
I don't think they can deal completely without ship scales. At least
I-
once a year or so,
I
the
th-
next model.
but
come
see,
out,
that's what I'm
yeah,
saying is I think that they could. If their subscriptions didn't change, okay, as they are right now, just take them as they are. They're still the same type of subscription. But what you add to it is in-game benefits, such as, insurance policies, whether it be life insurance policies or ship insurance policies or base insurance policies. You add them little perks. Not only that, you add rental package perks. Like right now they have a certain amount of ships available for rentage at different places. If they change that to where you had different tiered ships available at different places and also to different tiered, renter enterprise, like what is it, enterprise rent-a-car type, subscribers, those packages could be added to where if you are a tier 1 subscriber or tier 2, you have access to not only these insurance benefits in game, but you also have access to be able to rent certain ships that not everybody can rent. It's just slight in-game bonuses that you could get anyways through in-game currency and in-game gameplay, but it comes with the subscription. Do you know how many people would pay that extra $10 to $15 a month just for those tiny little things that are extra that give them a little bit of security in the game? I mean,
Yeah, sure.
that's the kind of thing that I'm saying. If they switch it to where not make it mandatory, but just add a couple of little in-game perks to make it worth it. If they did that, I would become a subscriber. I wouldn't have to worry about my lifetime insurance anymore. I would know that, hey, as long as I'm a subscriber, my ships and all my belongings are under a certain type of, insurance program. And all I have to do is pay whatever deductible or whatever, expedite fee that I want to get my stuff back. But other than that, it's secure, kind of a
I
thing.
don't think they specifically excluded that, for example. I think that is still a possibility. And when it comes to ship sales, I think what they could easily, for example, switch to is just do the UEC sales, right? And you can buy a ship in game then. Whatever, right? But so
Well, yeah, because they're still selling
Okay.
UEC, and they never said they were going to stop selling that. So,
Right.
so that is true.
Exactly.
They can still make money that way. Something else that they could do is, in my opinion, it would really benefit them and it would expand the game's culture, is when the game goes live, they stop on mainstream production of new ships, so to speak, and what they start doing is focusing on customers that are willing to pay, massive amounts of in-game currency to have customized ships done or to have, their ship customized on the inside, and that kind of a thing. Or, again, buying, vouchers. That's how they could do it. The same way that they do ship sales, you wouldn't do ship sales anymore, but you would have modification vouchers. These modification vouchers would be based on whatever ship you picked and whatever kind of modifications you wanted and how long it was going to take. And then you would purchase a voucher. And then you could get your ship modified. Again, you know how the diversity and culture that
I
would add?
think yeah, but that's probably a lot of programming effort. I mean,
It is, but it's no different than ship sales. That's the thing. Is that imagine this: the Cutlass right now costs
No, but what would it cost?
$150, right?
but the cost of it would be so immense.
Not necessarily, because again, what you are getting with that voucher is they maintain the rights to that design of ship and can therefore turn around and sell it anywhere in the universe they want. Kind of a thing. You see? it becomes part of the whole game aspect of it. You know, again, that could be something that, you know, access to those blueprints that are custom made is something that only top tier subscribers get. You know, nobody else gets those. You know, so you have to be a subscriber, you know, in order to have access to those blueprints. You know, having access to that blueprint only means that you are able to buy it, but you still got to purchase it in game. You know, I mean, there's a lot of things they could do if they packaged it together and they looked for the, you know, the ways that not only could it benefit the now, but it could also improve later on down the line or become viable because it is a digital asset and it doesn't decay. Then, you know, I mean, like I said, all of those design asset specs can be used in a later design that is now already in their modular, you know, system. So I don't think it'd be terrible, but you're right. It would probably be a little bit, you know, manpower intensive.
Yeah, I don't know how much time it takes really to, because you would have basically for every such undertaking, right? There's now one organization, or let's say there are 10 organizations who want a shipmate, right? They all come up with, I don't know,
Okay, so hold on.
how
Watch
many can we,
watch this as
how
well.
many can we really do?
CIG has also stated it was part of the early backing. One of the, I think it was the stretch marks or whatever of their original Kickstart. But they're going to be offering a developer's tool set when the game goes live. Okay,
Mm,
because there was
mm,
supposed to be the ability for one, I think, private servers and for the ability to have like modding capability.
yeah, yeah.
So in that sense, all they have to do is one, allow for that developer package, you know, to be utilized, and then even players could have most of that done by other people. I watched a video by Morphologist, and I believe he's an architect, and he redid the interior of the Cutlass in like 12 hours, just white boxed it. But that's all it took him was about 12 hours to white box and change the entire interior of the Cutlass to
And this
add.
nice triangular table, right?
Yeah, you saw that one?
Yeah,
You
yes,
know,
I
so
saw it. It's very nice.
again,
Yeah.
being able to see something like that and already having, you know, some semi-files, because even I have limited knowledge with CAD and stuff like that, but, you know, I can create a white box like that. And if they already have something like that, all they end up having to do is apply their textures and some of their other pre-made stuff and whatever they have as physics-wise to make it work. It's not a real intensive, you know, endeavor to do something like that. And then they have that file on hand forever, you know. So, and it's something they could, you know, later on, you know, release as an anniversary thing or have pop up as a specialized, you know, character in the game that if you take them down, you get that ship. And, you know, the only other person that has it is the person that requested for it, kind of a thing. You know, creating that scarcity in the game that we also don't really have, you know, that they've promised us, you know, that when you do something, it's going to be known that you did it, you know, kind of a thing.
Yeah, but developing ship, I don't know. I would think, I mean, depending on size and so on, but you need 2, 3 people for a period of 3, 6 months, maybe a year,
And see,
right?
I
So
disagree because CIG keeps telling us that everything that they're doing and the reason why it's getting faster and
maybe
they're able to
maybe
do
that's
more.
all. Some people, have pre-developed some ideas for a ship, and you can basically select from them.
Right. That, you
But
know, and that's kind of what I'm talking about is going even in that direction, you know, because they've already talked about taking like what is it, the Redeemer is the bomber
I
or the
think the
Retaliator.
plan
Well,
of the developer kit is still there, right? It's not been spoken about right now because I don't think they have figured out how to do it yet because they're still developing their own tools and whatever. But all these
Correct.
tools seem to be so great right now, right? At least that's what they tell us.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So um, I think at one point, yeah, if they really have done that job well, then they might have a really good and powerful set to get chips developed, right? But I don't know what kind of machine you would need to run those tools on, or right, and yeah,
what are you
but
doing?
then nothing generally speaks against. Nobody has said that that won't be the case, and I think the idea is on the table. It would be nice if it came, right?
Yeah, yeah, it would.
Come on, buddy. Are you gonna wait for the thing back?
Because, like I said, you know, my dream is to be able to modify my Cutlass, you know, to be able to do stuff to it and whatnot. That would be just amazing. Even, and I was talking to Aries about this the other day. I have no problem if they have like, because at one point they said that they didn't want certain ships to be able to have military grade components. Now I disagree with that ideology. But if they want that kind of restriction, I would say that in UEE space, that those are outlawed. So if you're caught with military grade components in ships that are not designated to have them, you know, then you would be fined or thrown in prison or your ship impounded or whatever kind of, you know, penalty you want to put. But allow me to do things that should be done. You know, if a military grade component fits, you know, and the only restriction is that you just don't want it, then don't necessarily restrict me, but give me a penalty for it, you know. Or if there's the
they haven't figured out modularity of ships also really, right? I mean, why are there 3 different 300 series ships?
and yeah, and the
The
cutlasses,
one
yeah,
with instead of just switching hard points or so, right?
right.
And the Cutlass also, right? Why can I not in game make a modification to my Cutlass Black and have 1 cell in it, right? Because I
Correct.
don't want a Cutlass Blue, but you know I might just want 1 cell.
Well, see,
Or
something like I wanted was to be able to put one of those Covalex machines in my ship. You know, if you get one of those Covalex delivery boxes, imagine how much easier it would even be on the server too. If when you went to go do those FedEx delivery missions, you went and picked it up from one kiosk and you took it to your ship and put it in the next kiosk and it knew that it stored it in there. Then when you get to the place, you can just call up on the menu screen which one you want and where you're delivering it and pull it back out of the kiosk. You know, and to have
but
something like that on your ship would be awesome. Yeah, instead of having 6 or 10 boxes all on your ship, you know.
we're talking about placing elements in Star Citizen, right? A dispenser and a menu button that allows me to pick the right box,
Yeah.
making things a little bit easier for the FedEx
Eh,
department.
but I would definitely be okay with it. It doesn't need to be a magic one, you know, like the ones at the
I want guns out of the doors of the Cutlass. I know, like having machine guns for landing.
right? Like the Valkyrie. I should be able to make some modifications like the Valkyrie has. Like I want step ladders on the sides of my, you know, hatches that open up. I can't get into the side of my Cutlass. I should be able to have step down ladders that come in, you know,
I
so that I
want men behind the doors so they can open the side doors and have people shooting out.
But yeah, or like that mount, the again, like the Valkyrie has that one that's mounted on that pivot right there for the side door. You know, being able to have a side one machine gun, that would be awesome. You know, but and I really think that I hope that Star Citizen moves in this direction as they continue to develop missiles. But I really want missiles to start being little bit smarter than they are. I want them to be accurate. I want them to be super effing expensive. You know, that's one of the things that I want about missiles is that they require a lot of materials or, you know, see, and this is we have a problem is that since there's not even this kind of an economy in Star Citizen where what we're actually mining turns into something, then, you know, the cost of everything is completely artificial. And missiles themselves are super cheap. I mean, everything is kind of super cheap. You can just run in there, grab everything, go back out and dump it in. So, but if missiles were a little bit more expensive but actually accurate, and you know, if you used them, you're pretty much guaranteed a hit within a 75% percentage chance, despite chaff or whatever, then make it to where point defense turrets become the big thing. You know, so that the only, even like the arrow with what it's got on its back, those could be turned into, you know, in a certain defensive mode if you have the right, what are they calling them? Blades, you know, installed in your computer. Then you would have, you know, the, you know, anti-missile defense, you know, AA defense blade in there, in which that thing could turn around and track up to a certain size missile and blast it out of the sky. You know, but that, you know, your chances with chaff or whatever, which I don't, again, I don't like that they screwed with all of that craziness. It should just be, again, in that day and age, you should just have one. You know, it's one nano injected freaking barrage that does both thermal, electromagnetic, and, you know, whatever else you need to distract a freaking thing. But it's only got a, you know, 50 to 75% chance of doing it. So, You know, I think that they really need to move in that direction with missiles, point defense turrets, like they showed in the what was that the, the Mercury Star Runner commercial. You know, where they were actually showing them shooting down the torpedoes and stuff. Again, missile anti-air defense turrets are really going to be the way to go, in my opinion. But enough about Star Citizen. We're playing Dual Universe.
Trying to figure out what to do with my base here.
So what is it exactly that you are specializing in at the moment, Fessin?
Well, I'm just producing some basic items. I have one large basic factory and it produces engines. Space engines
What
and
size?
atmospheric.
Or all sizes?
Which,
Large atmospheric and large space?
yeah,
Hey,
a
tell you
couple of
what.
medium.
Tell you what. If you want, given that I go out to the rim multiple times, if you find a rim market that you would like to sell your engines on, then I will pick them up, put them on my ship, and then you can VR to my station and put them on whatever market I'm out there.
Hmm.
Sound like a
Sounds
plan?
interesting.
It should
Yeah.
gain you a little. It may take a little bit longer to sell them, but you may be able to gain that in profit. So that's just up to you if you want to end up, like I said, throwing a couple of spares out there on the rim, you know, for a little extra profit. I don't mind hauling them.
Oh, no, definitely makes sense. As I said, if you want to be the one figuring out how the outer markets work and what items are in demand, it would be very interesting. Do the market intelligence piece.
I'm
Let me
I'm
know
I'm
where my engine sell.
I'm working to figure some of that out, but I've been wanting to talk to DG because he sounds like he's been almost all of his income has been on playing the market. So if he's want to get some of his opinions on that stuff. I really want to know, is this on this side of the planet or the other? I can't tell. I think it's on this side of the planet, but I think it's going to be on this side of the planet.
I want to kind of build a hangar in these walls. And I can't make floor. I have a palm tree hanging here in the air. Can't get rid of it. A little bit annoying.
Try the flatten tool. Like right where the base of the tree is, you should be able to get it up there and it should flatten.
Yeah, but there is no soil anymore. Can't apply the flatten tool.
Huh. You know, it could just be a graphical glitch. When you log out and log back in, it may be gone.
No, it's been there for a while.
Oh, it has? Okay.
Uh,
I'm out of ideas. Sorry.
well, if I do that here, over there. Yep.
All right. Starting our descent to Mattis.
Huh. That could be an idea. Could move all the production up and put the hangar underneath. Huh. Why haven't I thought of that before?
I will tell you this, Fetson, if you haven't noticed already, that the first placement of the core is crucial because you cannot change the box. You can change where the core is placed, but you cannot change the box once it's placed.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
god, I just crashed. The fucking game just crashed. You gotta be kidding me. I had already entered atmosphere. Oh. Come on, finish getting your game data and doing your thing, please. Okay, well, it said that it's crashed, but I'm still here and it's still responding? What the fuck? Okay, well, I guess I'm gonna... Do I keep playing? Or do I hit the OK on the crash report? I don't know. Advice, anybody?
Don't hit OK if you're still moving around.
Don't hit OK if
If
I'm still
you,
moving around. I am still
yeah,
moving around.
if you hit OK, it will end the game, regardless of whether it's working or not.
Alright, then I'm going to continue to descend to the planet.
Yeah,
And,
just go ahead. As long as you see the game still running, don't believe the crash report.
very well. Let us do this.
Also, you can't hit cancel. If you hit cancel, it will do it anyway.
Yeah, so I haven't done anything. I just went back into the game and am continuing to land. It will just sit there until I am safely on the ground. And then I will log out instead of close. We'll see how that works. I love the slow descent of a half-G planet.
Tough decisions. Tough decisions. I guess I'll carve out the beach. I hope it doesn't look shit afterwards.
So my recommendation for carving out the beach thus far in my my travels has been to start at the highest level of the farthest back that you want to be at and use the flattening tool. Flatten it all the way down, and then you just got to keep using the flattening tool each layer. And that seems to work the best.
I did that the same way on my base here. I think it will be fine. What we will have is sort of the landing pad will be carved a little bit into the beach, which gives us sort of a high wall in the rear of it. And then I put in another construct there. And there we can, I don't know, either have a factory or quarters. Do we want quarters?
I mean, eventually, because, you know, if nothing else, that's what I've noticed is like, you know, prestige is a thing in this game, you know. That's why even though it wasn't necessary, I put in a rack and, you know, some little amenities in my ship because that's, you know, that kind of shows you how far you've come in the game, you know, that you actually care about that kind of stuff, you know.
What I would try though is to maintain the rest of the beach though, so it means that we have a building behind the landing pad will sort of also be half there or half growing out of the landscape, kind of similar to my thing here. But I want to maintain the palm trees. Palm trees are kind of important to me. It's the little environment that we have in this game. It must be protected.
Thought there was a way to put environment type shit back.
Not palms, as far as I know. You can, put soil back down, but it's kind of a mess as well. I tried that already.
See, again, I don't understand why the putting the soil down doesn't kind of work around the same concept as the voxels, in the sense that, you know, I mean, you should have a dynamic static core or a statically dynamic core, in the sense that, you know, it's designed for editing terrain. You can pick it up and move it and place it down, but it creates an area of effect the same as a core normally does, but it lets you edit the terrain the same as you would voxels, instead of this weird spherical generic garbage thing that they have. You know, and you would get much more precise control, and, you know, you could even...
The classic raise or lower territory things that you had in other games.
Right.
Where you can do
You know.
smoothen things out a little bit better.
But like I said, if you had all the voxel control, I mean, then imagine how easy it would be for you to place all that concrete and other stuff right there on the ground. You know, you wouldn't even need to have... See, that's one thing that bothers me about this game too, is that I have no way of, you know, making anything around me nice. No roads, and, you know, we can't make parks and stuff. We can't do anything like that because it requires a core. You know, we need some way to be able to edit the terrain to a more extended sense without requiring us to use a core to do it.
Well, we can do the stuff with cores. If we have that high number of cores, then we can do a couple of things also using small cores to build a road, or even a large one or so, to build a bit of a network between the things.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You can, but, you know, that's what I'm disappointed in. I would like to be able to edit the terrain in simple ways like that, such as roads, or, you know, being able to place, you know, in my own territory that I own, you know, being able to place, you know, things like park benches or fountains or, you know, whatever else, and be able to do things like that without requiring to take one of my core slots.
Or planting a forest. I would like to plant.
Oh, that would be cool too. Be able to plant stuff. Yeah.
I wonder if they are planning for kind of farming gameplay. I don't know, but I just bought plants. Yeah, I bought plants at the market. So there are plants.
I think that's for, like, yeah, decorative, and then there's biomatter and stuff. But the only way that they would have any kind of farming aspect of it is if they introduce, you know, that we need to, you know, survive and eat, you know. So that would be the only reason.
Well, or for resource production, right?
True, true.
Can, have synthetic fibers made of some plants.
Again, that is another way to discourage linear development, is by creating a wider baseline. You know, more diverse industries that need to be done, is, you know, less that you can do all on your own.
I mean, you know, we have wood boxes here. Why can't I grow a tree? I have to use coal and make wood.
That's, yeah. All right, need to land, refuel, pick up and drop off some items, and then I'm back out to the rim.
To make carbon, at least. Also, if we could grow plants, then we would finally have a use for hydrogen and oxygen.
See that that's something else is that, you know, I think that placement of like say recyclers in this sense should matter because those recyclers is what you use to get your oxygen and hydrogen. Now, imagine that, you know, that recycler was placed in water and you were actually converting, you know, water into oxygen and hydrogen. You know, the efficiency could go up and one machine would actually have the byproduct of both versus if you, yes, just had it in the air. Now, take also different planets and their atmospheres. Gathering different gases would be important on those different planets because each one's atmosphere would be slightly different and your efficiency would go up or down depending on the gas that you're trying to get. Alright, it's coming in for a landing. Nice and easy.
Someone of you guys should test fly my ship. I would like if it like to know if it flies comparably shitty or actually quite good. I don't know.
I would
I
I
don't know
would
how
test it
good
for you,
it
but
flies.
I am not there. So Aries would actually probably be the best one anyways. Our flight styles are different though, so
Just to see how it compares in terms of steering and so on. Or maybe I should test fly other
well
people's ships.
I like my this ship right here that I have, which is kind of my all around. I like it to handle a little bit like a fighter, even though she's not really a fighter. So my handling
Uh,
is a little bit different than say like what Ares likes to do. So he definitely goes for more of the, you know, hauler type or you know,
yeah,
battle
yeah.
cruiser aspect.
Mine flies a bit too heavy for a fighter, I guess. Um, but it does do quite well when empty, at least for its size. Um, got a bit heavy though since I added the space engines, so I think that reduced your maneuverability a little bit.
So how much does she weigh total?
What is it right now? 300? Could that be? Check. I think 320 or 330 or so. Oh no, 243 when empty.
243 tons when empty.
Yeah,
That's it. That's not bad. How many Atmo engines she got?
three, three
Three
are
Atmo. Um,
and two large space.
and two large space. Nice. Um, if you're gonna want to get off planet, you're probably gonna need four
No,
large.
no, I got off planet with that
Oh,
already.
you've already gotten off planet with it fully loaded?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Fully loaded. Fully loaded. I didn't try. Two M-sized boxes are quite heavy.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
but with some load, it
I'm
works.
sorry. I thought you had a large container on it.
No, no, two M-size.
Oh, two
But
M size is a large, isn't it?
I don't know. I thought four makes a large. I don't know. I think it's definitely more than two.
Oh, okay. I know some of them are off on it's not a
Oh no, the
perfect.
other ones that the other ones that I have are XL containers, so I don't even have a large. I can't compare. I don't know what the large container can have.
So half my base is here. None of the voxels are here. Did somebody steal all my voxels? I'm gonna log out, log back in, see what's going on. Oh yeah, that's right, my game crashed, so I need to log out and log in. Or finish the crash report and hope that I remain on Alioth. I mean, on Mattis, I mean. Shit.
I'm a bit nervous about this idea of carving out the beach. That should be okay.
You should be able to blueprint everything that you have on the outside core and put it into an extra large container and then just move that core and then re-put it out there and just shift everything out a little bit. Should be fairly simple if you don't want to fuck with redoing the beach.
Well, I did the blueprints already because that was the original plan. And then I thought actually it might be kind of good if I had this dug-in style a little bit. Now I'm really not sure.
Oh man, why did that lose its output container?
But then also, if I do place these pads new, I would probably also do a bit of a redesign in terms of where the cores are and so on. Because as I said, at the time when I placed those, I didn't know that I can move the core inside the box. So I don't know why. I just never tried to move the core in the box really. I only found that out later on. So half of these spaces are under the water surface right now. Although I don't know if that is necessarily bad. I mean, on the pad you don't generally use that space.
Right.
Actually, I have a new question regarding those organizational construct talents.
All right. Let me pull them up real quick.
There are 3 different types, right? There's
Correct.
now, what would happen if each of us were to develop one different one?
You
Right? One
can't.
of okay.
So
Right there, dependent. Yeah, sure.
in
Okay.
order to do the second one, you have to have all of the first one done. In order to do the third one, you have to have both of the other two done.
Right. Okay.
So if I'm already going to go down this road, then I'll go ahead and the first one's going to take me quite a long time because I think the next one queued takes 2 days, 21 hours. So we're looking at just over three days, a little over 3 days for me to get the entire first organization construct management filled out. But once I have that, then I can start working on the others. Um, but like I said, at the same time, I would like to try to be working on my stuff as well. It's a shame that I can't, do some things for organization at the same time. Organization leaders should be able to train, split their talents or something, to where I can maybe like, since I'm doing 90 a rate, maybe 45, 45, where I can put 45%, or 50% of my talents going towards organization type skills and then another 50% going to my personal skills. Or just shit, being able to divvy out your percentage as you see fit towards your skills would be interesting.
Hmm.
What's up? I
What?
might think that that's him.
All right. Yep. So I'll have those finished shortly. But that should allow us to place how many cores total? 5, 10,
That's 25 out of the
15, yeah,
first, and
25
500%,
cores.
and
So
then another 500%.
so that means
So
that
that
I need to place those cores, or does that mean that anybody in our organization can place those cores?
I think that just prescribes the maximum number per organization. I don't think you have to
Okay,
place them.
good, good. So as long as that allows y'all to be able to place them, I don't have to individual. Then
But
that's
if I'm not mistaken, it's over 600 cores in total, isn't it? If you have them all maxed out.
you know, I did not actually check. Let me go ahead
That
and take a
sounds
I mean,
gander.
25 plus
So
500%,
25 and 100%. Um,
level.
organization constructs. So yes, that would mean 50. But does that mean 100% of the 50? Or is it just 100% of the base
No, wait,
25? Like
wait.
now that
You have
means
to,
200%.
you have the
And
base
then
25, and then per level you get an additional 100%.
right, but what I
So
mean is it a
100 is
cumulative?
always 25. Yeah, I think that's always 25. So it's after the first 500%, you are at what 150 total. You have the first 25,
150 cores. Okay.
then 50, then 75, then 100, then 125, then 150,
Right.
and then 120.
Okay.
And then I guess the same again, right? So
Right.
then you
And
are at 300.
you just add another 25 each time you get these.
Yeah,
Oh, wow. That's impressive then.
yeah, that's a good number, of course. And I mean, if that accounts, for example, if you founded a sub-organization, then you have another organization that has another 300 cores.
Huh. Hey, Aries.
Oh,
We need to hurry up and get that name and get our organization done so we can convert some of our buildings over to org buildings and have more cores available personally.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead. It's
yeah.
just really setting the right. Ah, that's actually one thing that I was wondering about. Because when I transferred the landing pads to organization via token, it still had the RDMS set that I had for my private stuff. But if I apply rights on a construct, how would you even ever see how I had set them? Now, I mean, I've changed them now because they were in my private list. I also have a set of
Okay,
DG360
so
RDMS.
from what I understand about once you create it and tokenize it and turn it over to the org, yes, it has the RDMS, but I think that we should be able to also set RDMSs on it or to edit those RDMSs now.
Yeah, no, I figured that out, I think. You can maybe test that next time when you are landing here. But if you look
All
under
right.
RDMS, there's DG360, and I put the DG360 constructs public thing there. Yeah, so that is, I think, a set of rights that should apply to constructs where you want to make everything inside that construct available to players from the organization.
Yep, that
Not editing the constructs, but basically you can look into every box
is
and
this which one? The
deploy.
org rights testing, is that the one you're talking about?
No, that's one that DG did. I did the DG360
You did
constructs public.
public. Okay.
Yeah.
So
So
yes, I can look
um,
in it. I can edit it. It
exactly,
is.
and I made a tag for the DG360 Waterfront HQ, and that tag I have now applied to both of the landing pads.
Okay, the only thing I think you need to do as well. Um, nope, this one doesn't have it. These are a little bit different than personal tags. Nice.
Let me just put the description in there.
So yeah. So you're allowing people to deploy items and deploy core units over and overlapping.
Wait, I'm just editing. I'm just editing the description.
View container contents, put items in container, retrieve items from container, connect to surrogate station. Cool. That's what I need to add on mine. I need to fix that, is the connect to surrogate pod station. Some of those need to be fixed.
I just describe it as full access to buildings, including containers for org members. That should wait. That. No edit rights. Oh, wait, I think I did add edit rights to that, actually. I should take that maybe out. No, I didn't. No edit rights. Can do anything, but not edit rights.
You take my time.
I
Can you
like the
go?
rights that I did there.
Ooh, getting low on Atmo fuel. See if we can get some of that going. What do we need?
I'll be out for another smoke. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Low on silicon. We got oxygen, sorry, just silicon. Let's see where's my first stop on Mattis. Some dynamic core mediums. So let's see who was buying those. So that's at Mattis 6. was also somebody that wanted 6 sofas and was willing to pay $10K a pop for them. Where was that at? It's Mattis 2. Let's see if that's closer. Yep, we'll go there first. Are you scanning today, Aries?
Hi.
Yeah.
Oh, you're asking?
Yeah, I was asking if that's what you're doing today, scanning or...
No, I'm updating my base, making my big ship bigger. And then
Big
after
ship
this, I'm gonna
bigger.
head over and tear down the store again.
Fetz, you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, are you in need of scrap by any means? Like, do you need scrap? I
Uh,
got all kinds of scrap.
it's a scrap, man. It's a scrap.
I got scrap.
Uh,
By the way, I don't know if you know this about scrap, okay, but it is beneficial to keep at least one of each tier on hand. And it is also beneficial to use the best tier for the amount of HP. Like, so a low tier to get your item from damaged into or destroyed or whatever it is, the red or whatever, into yellow. So you use a lower tier to get it up to that point. And then you use a higher tier if it needs something over like 200 health or whatnot. But like, you don't want to waste a gold which has, you know, like 700 HP on something that only needs 300 HP repaired, you know, and doesn't have it. So it's like real beneficial and efficient to keep different tiers on hand. So
for the moment, I still use aluminium for everything. Just what is available.
well, aluminum is tier 1, and I have a shit ton of it for sale on Alioth. Are you the one that's buying it?
No. It comes out here automatically. There's always scrap around. I buy your space fuels, though. I currently buy from Arias's fuel station there.
Yeah.
It's convenient. Also,
You
I
don't
buy
buy
the
from me
construction
anymore?
material. What? I buy from you? Isn't that yours? Yeah.
Yes.
I'm like, you don't want to buy from me anymore?
No, I do. Also, I buy the construction materials over there.
Good. Do I need to restock it? I'd have to go to a lot of speeds.
I think it's still alright. I was bankrupt for a while, so I haven't continued the building of the base, but I did that for a while. The Cargon X2 is good to have around. But I only went to space a couple of times right now, and I haven't flown far, so just make sure it's stocked, but I haven't used much.
Now, well, hopefully, hopefully within the next month or so, we'll be starting to put warp cells there as well.
Space fuel is good to get here. The black carbon stuff, I guess, except if you want to use something different for the landing pad. It's so black. I don't know if you... I don't know. I don't know what though. Maybe wood. Do you want to use wood?
I prefer the tarmac. The black's nice. That's good.
All right. Then make sure that is stocked, as well as... Yeah, well, I think that's fine. I guess when we are building up here, we will... White, wood, and black. Sounds good. Ah, shit, I'm so undecided on how to proceed here. Move the shit or not move the shit? I guess I'll just leave it where it is, carve it out. Fuck it. I'll just do it right now. And it's an irreversible decision.
There you go. What is this massive graphical glitch over here? Maybe it's not. Somebody just dug out a perfect square. Damn. I guess there was a base here at one time.
Oh, is there a abandoned base somewhere?
No, there's nothing there. It's like they placed the core and then dug out the entire core area and then pulled everything up and left. Like, yeah, it looks like there's multiple cores that they had underground, and looks like they just got dug up and left. Maybe it's they're actually here and everything hasn't loaded in properly, so I'm just seeing the holes in the ground.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get back on my ship and load in.
Last time I landed at District 6 market, I landed and I thought like, oh, they've cleaned up the market. And seconds after I landed, or actually a couple of minutes later, suddenly a bunch of ships spawned right on top of mine. I was dug in under sort of huge ships and had to wiggle my finger over there. That was a little bit annoying.
Yeah, they did. I saw a lot of the ships that used to be on the pad like a few weeks ago are sitting in the grass now. They did go too many people leaving.
So, I've got a question, Aries. Have you noticed yet with the pulsars, if it matters at all, which way they're facing?
No.
That is so cool, because that's perfect for making a Star Wars type ship. You can put the pulsars at the back like they're the ion engines.
Oh, you want to know something else I figured out today? It doesn't matter which direction the brakes are.
Which direction what go?
The air brake.
Oh, it doesn't matter which direction they're facing.
Right.
Okay.
For sure. Confirmed. I thought it mattered.
So they don't have placement restriction on them, like say aerials or whatever
Like
they're called.
engines.
Right. Nope, that big old hole is still there. So yeah, they must have either they're digging it out or
Where is this? They close for bases?
Mattis Market 2. Yeah, it looks like maybe they're starting construction of Bill. There is a little landing pad that wasn't here before near it, but I still don't see anything down in the massive hole. And where they had there is a building on top of it. So yeah, they must be doing some construction, because this other massive hole is closed off. And
I used all my drilling. Crap. I had like, gotta make that Death Star, you know? Takes a lot of drilling.
we also need hinges in this game. Hinges or
Yeah, I know.
gimbals. I want my wings to be able to fold, or I want my aerial and space engines to VTOL and switch from at least giving a 90-degree turn would be nice.
If you look at the stabilizers closely, they look as if their design was made to actually fold by 90 degrees. The animation is not there, but it seems that they are supposed to have a 90-degree lock. There are certain markings on that thing that make it look like it's supposed to.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Like I said, I think it would be cool if they would add that in. would make some ships a little bit easier flight worthy like mine if I were able to VTOL my engines. I would change the design a little bit. If I didn't have to have, you know, 2 sets to have VTOL capability, then I would have redesigned it a little bit. But as it is, I just make her a, I don't know, jet spaceship hybrid thing. So what we say we work towards maybe next weekend trying to place that Space Core above Alioth?
Next weekend?
Yeah, this weekend's over, right?
Or
7th, 9th, right? And Monday's
Saturday.
a holiday for most people.
Well, cause I mean, I still got a lot of running to do. I won't be done anytime tonight with these runs.
Well, these building things are kind of continuous anyway. Whenever we have time, I'm around tomorrow. I'm probably gonna be around the next week after 5. It's fucking lockdown times. There's
Well,
nothing happening.
the reason why I was given like a weekend and, you know, a little bit of time was so that we would all have, you know, a little bit of resources to put towards it, and, you know, like I said, we can all go out there, time and effort, you know,
Right. I mean,
instead of kind of an impromptu thing.
No, if you want to make it a date, fine. Next weekend is good with me. Resources. Wow. Good question. Yeah, I'll see to it. Have something around. Wood. Can I make a space station of wood? I would love to.
Yeah, I got enough resources right this second.
So
We fill an entire large full of carbon.
well, we will. We could definitely do. You know. Yeah, like I said, carbon is more than enough. I mean, if you want to put wood in places, then by all means, yeah, have a whole bunch of wood that you want to, you know, if you want to lay floors out and stuff like that. We're gonna experiment with it and see what we can do. How much? Like I said, I've only got a small core, so I don't know how much we'll be able to fit there and stuff. But you know.
No, that's cool. Let's start with something small. At least we have a sort of small station where we can dock and move things around, have a couple of containers and whatever.
Taking a medium. Right?
Huh?
Medium?
Do
If
I
you
have
have
a
a medium,
medium? I don't know if I have a medium. I can't remember. It's back at the it's back at the base. It's a smaller medium. It's somewhere in there. It's not an extra small. I know that, but it's not a large either.
I kind of gotta make sure here that I don't leave tiny dirt particles hanging around where we land.
All right. So I can hop back over to the. That was the fastest connect ever. I guess it's because I'm still on Mattis. It's a small space core. So, yeah, unfortunate.
That's fine. We'll make it the central hub, and then we add large ones around it. Just make sure that we
Yeah.
have containers there. That's it for a start.
They're just let's see.
Nice.
They're kind of.
Have a small conference table.
All right, so you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and get a medium. They're only 430K, and there's one at Mata 6. I'll get that. We'll have a small and a medium. That way I can put a I can put a depot somewhere else, and we'll use the medium for the. I can't place large cores yet. I don't think, because I think I stopped that, so I can't place large cores. Can you place large cores, Aries?
No, but
I can place large cores.
You can.
Yep.
Alrighty then.
became the base building guy. He likes doing it, and he can place it.
I can place them.
Well.
I cannot afford them though.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's something that we can talk about, and maybe, I guess, what we can.
How much are the large cores?
A large core is minimum 15 million right now.
What the? Okay, I can get it if you guys really want.
There is no, like I said, I don't think there's a need. I just bought a medium and we have a small. Let's learn with the medium, place it first, and like he said, we can overlap others later, you know.
I need bait for my new ship.
The cool thing is too is that you can even take the entire blueprint for the medium core and apply it to the larger core. So, you know, if we wanted to move to a bigger one later. But what I was going to suggest is that maybe we link up with DG and we do something like, it's not mandatory, but maybe we can, you know, funnel him money or something, you know, and say, hey, can you set this aside for, you know, we're setting aside for a large space core, you know, or something like that.
He's just complaining that we don't have an org wallet. There is no org support, so the only thing that he can do is put it on his private account.
Right, and I understand that, but I was also going to suggest kind of like what Fetz did, I mean, sorry, not Fetz, what Aries did with his gunner account is that DG right now, to fix the situation, could create a, you know, DG Live org account that all that account does is hold the org's funds.
Yeah,
you know?
That's true.
So... I think that if we do that, and like I said, you know, if every week or so, you know, we dump a little bit his way, you know, and are able to do that, then, you know, eventually we'll get to it. That way, it won't hurt anybody. That's an arm and a leg right there, 15 million. I mean, you know, I barely made that selling freaking 200 kiloliters of natron. So.
No, we definitely need a bit of a pool, so that you can figure out the trades. And then we can buy a couple of things from now and then.
Oh, somebody made a decent looking Y-wing.
Is that a bomber?
Yeah, that was the torpedo. Yeah, the whatever their torpedo bomber was. It's not perfect. It looks more like the newer aged ones than the old school Y-wing.
Yeah, this ship's pretty big now. Pretty-
Um, hey, stupid. I'm trying to sell
Why do
these
you
things
stop
to this
calling me
guy.
that?
Now this dumb kiosk, it's not recognizing that I have the medium dynamic cores in my inventory. And I don't want to create a sell order. I want to sell it to this particular guy that's asking for 6 of them. I'm at Mattis 5, aren't I? You goddamn dumbass. I'm selling something else here. Mattis 5 is relays, not cores. Operator error.
MFOP. No one in the Army's heard that term.
Really? And here it is. This guy's willing to pay 19,000 for 10 of them, or 19,000 a pop for 10 of them. I picked them up for 900 a pop.
Keep in mind.
Nice. All right. Didn't have anything to pick up here. Now off to Mattis 6, where I am selling dynamic cores.
It's so big, it's eating up all my materials. I might not have enough of your star.
That's cool. If I need to crank out some honeycomb, I can.
No, I got like I probably have about 6 to 7,000. You don't really need that. But I guess if you make it a solid square, you build a hollow square, yeah, should. I'm gonna build the outer hollow honeycomb, and then I'll decorate like living quarters. I'm just scared, like I said, I'm more of a functional person.
Yeah.
I'm not Eddie
Uh,
Nichols.
I will have have to spend around $1 million on black pattern carbon fiber.
Why so much?
If I'm adding another pad at one point and expanding that other one up there, that's at least 3,000 cubic meters.
Tell you what, um, again, because it's like org project, then I'm willing. I have the capability of producing a decent amount of that carbon fiber honeycomb. So if
Yeah,
you,
well, I'm
it,
at Arias's place, so it's
if
his, right? So money goes back
well,
into Arias, right?
right, it is and it isn't. And see, this is what I'm saying too, is that, while we can make a profit, I don't necessarily want, production of an org facility to stall due to the fact that we're requiring funds from our own org mates. So in this sense, what I am offering is that since we can produce it and at a kind of a cheap price, that if you just want to produce us with the ore, like if you want to dump us with some raw ore, that won't even cost you anything. I know you hate mining, but do you hate mining more than paying out $1 million in,
Uh,
for the funds? So if we have just
well,
the raw ore to dump into it, then we can produce the carbon fiber and designate that to an org project, such as the space station or more landing pads.
yeah. What is needed, or is it short the material for it? Because I'm also happy in terms of contributing with a bit of capital that I have. So it's for me, it's just a matter of what is preferred, right? If you would have an easier life, if I dump my ores into a container and you put in um, ah,
Like I say,
the
yes,
stuff.
if you're just wanting it for, if you're wanting more for just an org function, like you're building the pads or you're helping build the space station, if you want that, then yeah, just give us raw ore and we can produce the freaking carbon fiber for it. But if it's going to be like a personal project like your base or whatever, then yeah, I
No,
encourage buying from the org in that sense. But I am willing to, like I said, donate the facilities and production if you're willing to donate the mining time and ore. So that way we both are able to kind of keep our money and
that's
continue to grow.
what stuff is needed actually for the black carbon
I am in
fiber.
the middle of flying right this second. I think that it is um, simply, yeah, carbon, isn't it? Carbon, and
What?
to make the carbon fiber, it's just that we needed blue. Like the raw material is just carbon, isn't it?
No, no. It's the pyroclastic stuff, which is carbon and I forget what shit.
Let me look.
Because
Honeycomb
carbon
materials
actually,
produced carbon fiber, black carbon
Yeah, it
fiber,
is carbon and hydrogen. I'm sorry.
carbon plastic. It's carbon and hydrogen all the way, so that's all we need. And I am overproducing hydrogen right now because I've got multiple recyclers pumping it out. So I don't need any oxygen. So if you just want to supply us with, coal, then I'll run it through my refineries, and then we will pop that pure product over to his honeycomb production. And
I
yeah,
also have pure carbon, actually quite a bit at this moment because I had a huge
and there you go. If you want to
carbon.
just donate the pure carbon over, it'll make it even faster.
I'm actually
Can
gonna make
do.
colored plastic for you guys, like ink and stuff, and give it to you for free.
I think I have
Yeah.
around 100 kiloliters at the moment.
So, but yeah,
Already
definitely,
into.
definitely think of anything like that. That when we're doing stuff that benefits the org, if we can try to, do it through just supplying materials or production or something like that, then let's try to go that route first. Uh, yeah, I don't want anybody to have to pay to make org facilities.
Yeah, well, at the moment, I'm considering that most of what we do is going back into the org anyway, in one way or the other. So
Why does
it
this
doesn't make
place have to be gone?
much of a difference to me as long as this container full of carbon fiber is always filled. On the other hand, I wouldn't mind keeping some cash at hand from time to time. I just bought what was it, 150 units of the black carbon fiber. How much is that? Six times the per. That's 60, 72,000. Makes one stretch of carbon fiber. That's a lot of carbon fiber that I have to buy. Probably 12 million worth of at the moment. At
Yeah.
the rate Aris gives it. Yeah. Let me see if I can at least finish the landing pad.
All right. Log out, log in time.
Aris, what material did you actually use for your walls? Is that the white pattern carbon fiber or what?
Yeah,
Is that
glossy white.
is it glossy? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm making glossy a bunch of different colors and plastic right now.
Yeah. I want to find not so super shiny, but whitish. I don't know if
Yeah, you got to be
what is
careful when you walk into Aries places. He tries to strobe you.
Yeah, you can't
for
take
a show. I find they're great actually for sort of this thing here that Arius built. I think it would be a great fuel station that we should have sort of sitting there right next to the pad. I think for that it's kind of nice. It makes sort of the impression of
Yep,
you
that's
know
why we're going to
like
sell scrap and fuel there. Warp cells,
exactly.
scrap, fuel.
And we should have sort of a sign hanging up. I don't know, probably one sign every 500 meters
We're going to be the
that says "Buy your shit down here."
Demigods Continuum Fuels.
Yeah,
Something. We haven't
yes,
figured the name out yet. Hurry up, Aries. Get the goddamn name figured out. And start the thing. Our
sometimes
org...
I feel I'm dedicated to
What?
the game.
What are these people?
I'm not a marketing type, but I got you guys. I
But
can move shit, I can kill shit.
so I can name it whatever I want.
Yeah, as long as I'm
As long as what? I'm sorry, you broke up.
yeah, you can probably name it.
Okay. I guess that means I have to pay for it too then?
Maybe what?
Starting up the second organization. Our organization, which is the fuels. Remember, because now we found out that we get bonuses to more construct capability by changing, our production facility and other things like that into org. So like I said, you and I create our fuel organization together, and then we can turn a lot of our constructs that we have right now into org buildings because I've already got the capability of having like 20 of them. And once we do that, that frees up our own personal cores, so we can place more things more places. So
Yeah, I kind of heard you guys talking about. Sure. Yeah, do it.
sure, okay.
I'll put, how much does it cost?
To start it, I don't know, but that's when you name it. So that's why I was asking, what are we gonna name it?
I want to say it was like 500,000.
Yeah, it's pretty cheap to do it. It's like half a mil. Either one of us could do it. But technically, whoever does it is the super legit until we vote the other out on their ass. You'll never sleep well at night.
Probably start my own org just for my ship, like that one guy we found on
Yeah?
Ion.
Yeah, that's a good idea. If you do that, then I guess what we should do is then let me have the warp facility, and you be the legate of my warp facility, and then you do the ship one and let me be the legate of your ship one. That way you get the benefit of my core placements, legates core placements. You'll get those 20 for per your thing. So
I don't think I need that many.
yeah, you're right. You probably don't need that many.
Well, I might in like a few years if they just continue
But
to
what
not
I'm
have a
saying
lot
is,
to do.
by just having one other person, then it always stays that way. You're the super legate and they're the legate, but you just get the benefits of whatever I have organization wise, and the same vice versa. I get whatever benefits you have, kind of a thing.
Which is
It's
the
just
same for every
definitely
organization that we found. We should all, when we have these skills, just be all legates in all these organizations that we found. Because what's the point? If one of us has these skills and if this really transfers to all the organizations that we found, um, then we might as well have an Alioth branch or a branch for every sort of place that we found, depending on how many cores we might need.
I
So it's
agree.
really
I agree.
it's
Mafia the shit out of this.
yeah.
What we should avoid though is building bases that consist of 150 cores because I think nobody can enter them.
Right. Well, it's not necessarily so much that it's 150 cores, it's that they got so much shit inside of them as well. Most of those are massive factories, and the idea is also, too, that probably nobody's going to ever visit the factories. They're going to be visiting storefronts, and the idea would actually be, again, to spread out your storefronts like you were talking about, Fets, at beautiful places on the planet, somewhere where somebody wants to go and look and, visit while they're actually, going around and shopping and stuff, kind of a thing. And it would also benefit us to maybe talk to other orgs at the same time to get them in on it as well. If they buy up
And
close territories and have the same kind of strip mall idea and mentality, making it nice,
in
then
fact, there is a separate Discord for
it just
org representatives. I heard about that in some chat discussion there. So the large orgs are sitting with their legates or super legates in separate Discord somewhere.
hmm.
So it's just a matter of somebody playing the ambassador and saying, "Hello, how can you help us to get richer?"
yeah, no one's gonna care too much about views in the next year. Well,
What the
actually, never
hell?
mind. You on?
This
Well, it's
says
also
immediate
abstract.
destruction? Bring all T1 to T3 elements to Mata 6 at the lowest prices possible. Contact
What?
Tankos hashtag 6520 on Discord if you have specific requirements, especially that you, Mr. 500 kiloliter of rocket fuel a day man.
Yeah, you're reading off the board cube over there.
Yeah, what is that? What's going on?
He's just advertising to buy or selling. Just advertising.
I don't understand. So his org or whatever is immediate destruction, and he's offering to buy slash something. I don't know. Bad advertising, bro. I didn't get the message. I walked away confused.
I missed out on business because I was so confused.
Yes, exactly. You know. Fire your marketing agent. Damn. All right, where to next? I think I'm done on Mattis. Am I done on
Ryan, are
Mattis?
you cute? No.
All right, I'm done picking up and selling things on Mattis. Those were the only three things that needed to be sold, and I went ahead and picked everything up. All right. Next, we need to head to Sanctuary. Yep, next is Sanctuary. All right. Is there any rocket fuel here? I could use a little bit. I'm still never going to get over how fuel is under the materials and not the consumables.
Mhm.
This
Yeah,
weirds me out.
but
It's so hard not to have impulse buys when you see good deals. Damn it.
Why not have them if they're good deals?
Because it lowers the wallet a lot.
Well,
And
if it's a good deal, that should
it's
mean that you can also
it
sell it.
should be, but it also means that that good deal is not a guaranteed payout. It's a time thing. You see, because rocket fuel
Yeah.
is selling for its cheapest at 19 a liter. Okay. Well, I just found some here on Mattis 6 for 19.5 a liter. Some 94,000 liters of it. And so I just had to go ahead and buy it all up because everybody else is selling it for like 125. So I'm going to turn around and flip it for 30 and still make a profit and take what I need right now. But like I said, it's just a time thing. So I'll still be the cheapest one in the market here on Mattis, but it'll be, almost double what it was. So I make my money back.
Good brain. Can you build when you're in VR mode?
Yes, you can build in VR mode.
Can you come to Phoenix and build my cockpit windows with the? Oh yeah, I gotta go get the glass, the bigger glass.
What,
Never mind.
you're wanting what I did with mine?
Yeah, I can't do that.
You can't do it.
Need your help.
All right, I guess I can do that. Let me get into space and on the way, and once I'm in flight, then I'll VR over there and take care of that for you.
I gotta go get the glass. So take your.
That is actually an excellent point. I need a VR station on my ship.
It comes in handy,
Yes, it
especially if you need
does.
someone to come and repair for you, or
And
like
specifically,
you,
you can
Pat.
still. I didn't know that. That means I can actually build a base while I'm traveling.
The only thing you can't do is interact with any of your machines
Yeah, or gunner's chairs or
or
pilot
gunner's
seat.
chairs or pilot seat. But yeah, you can build, repair, so it is useful.
Move fuel around, turn on an anti-grav drive.
Yeah. That wasn't my fault, remember?
You know,
Uh-huh. You say it. You say it. I just don't feel it.
making it about interior wise 40% larger. Ours.
Ah, game crashed again just as I went to take off. Son bitch.
Well, at least it didn't happen just after you took off.
No, like yes, just after I took off and hit the gas and
Oh,
everything. But luckily it's doing that weird freaky thing. So I'm getting out. It's still letting me. I'm gonna get out of the cockpit and then I'll do the crash.
you can actually just ignore it. If your game
Yeah,
doesn't really crash and you get that message,
I'm not.
just
I'm. Before I take off, I wanted to go ahead and do its crash report, and I'll reboot the whole thing, and then I'll take off into space. Don't want to risk it. I am pretty loaded down with all my life savings at the moment.
no.
All right, I just got into space, and I'm heading. I'm gonna take a quick smoke break, and then I will be back to help you out, Aries.
flying to District 2 right now to pick up the fucking $2 million in camera.
The fuel to what?
Oh, reinforced glass windshield. Yep. So, don't use. I didn't want him to be short. Reinforced glass, they have like 10 times the health.
Okay.
Or you gotta shut down some health. The light. The light takes 20 watts. Have you figured out how they make the speed of burning up an atmosphere? I know different ships to mine. Typically, bigger the ships, the slower they can go. Oh, the slower they burn up. Like in my small core that I'm flying right now, I'm doing right now, and it's not. I'll do 2200. Yeah, I can already tell you. I just figured it out because when I turned angle down, it burned up. It's all based off of what's it? The frontal, whatever the direction you're going. Um, how many-
Alright, I'm back.
Hello, hello.
And as soon as I hit top speed areas, then I will port over.
I bought 3 large panes with a bunch of medium, more than you'd ever need.
Alright. I will do something really nice.
The large ones are expensive. You don't use them. If you don't need them, I'll give it to you for that fee. You know,
Alright.
350,000.
Man.
Yeah.
Shit, what have I done here?
Reinforced glass has a lot more health in it than their normal glass.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's something I wanted to check out. I was listening to y'all talk about, because I was watching the stream while I was taking my smoke break. Listening to y'all talk about the burning up aspects, and I wanted to check and see if certain components already had resistances like thermal to prevent that, like specifically like the
Well, it doesn't prevent it, it just reduces the damage. And it doesn't,
right.
I noticed for the first few, so like 2-3 seconds of burning up, you take 0 damage. So, and the angle of approach. If you put like a low fire, doesn't do any damage, but the higher, like the brighter one, it
I
takes
had a
off.
really red one the other day. And I think that was fairly critical, and I lost one exterior wing, but nothing else took damage.
Ah, yes, so they
So
do. That is nice. I never really paid attention to that. I should have. So I
I,
took a look
at
at
least
like
I
the
think it came from that.
flat hover engine, and it has a zero point 0.4 to thermal resistance, zero point 0.4 to kinetic, 0.5 to electromagnetic, and zero point 0.5 to antimatter. So, and it comes with 1,000 hit points.
Hey, Fats, I got a mild headache, and all these people buying your luminescent glasses pissing me off. I'm joking. People are making like their entire fucking base out of this shit.
Yeah, that
Uh-huh.
doesn't. Oh God, if they built these glowing cubes and whatever.
Says the man with the mirrored interior ships.
Yeah, hey, that. Whatever. No, I'm joking.
And wait, you are also the one who built this glowing thing on our base. The
The
fuel
glowing what?
station. The glowing fuel station.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's also right.
You got to be able to see it from
It
space.
makes
You
for
know?
a nice landing orientation. So we can consider a lighthouse, but I wouldn't build a tower purely of illuminated voxels. But I was wondering if I could put a lighthouse into my pagoda. It would actually suit the purpose.
I don't see why
Have you
not.
checked out my pagoda? Have you ever been up there? It's a very
From
nice place.
from what I understand, you can even change the color and stuff. So what you would end up doing is being able
Not
to
on the glass. You can change the color of the lamps and lights, but not of the
of lamps
illuminated.
and lights. Well, okay, so that's what you do though is like you get the um, back panel is luminescent glass, and then you put the lights on it, bigger lights, and then have it set up to where it just strobes, and it changes from like a blue or a light bluish white to a
Mine,
yellow white, and dim and bright, and you just have it placed all around in that circle. It would actually look like a lighthouse flashing its strobe.
The problem is that the lights and lamps are not rendered as far as a large area of voxels. Apparently, the
Mm,
number of voxels that you put in a place matters. And the lamps are rendering much later than a large accumulation of those shining voxels.
uh,
So from afar, it would still look like a bright white spot.
see,
Conjured lit.
Again, where they need to bring in like actual mechanical things, like, you know, how we were talking about, you know, bending, you know, having also something that rotates, you know, to where you could put voxels on it, but that structure sits there and turns at a specific speed, you
Yes,
know.
that would be nice. Yeah. Well, or I don't know, illuminate glass in different colors would also add something. I think much more people would, for example, opt for a blue than a white.
True.
Blue looks like modern science fiction. White is just white.
I don't know why they didn't offer that same kind of thing as they did with like all the other honeycomb where there's so many different variants, why there just wasn't a
Yeah.
different color variant.
Yeah.
The material cost is the same for all those variants. It's just you don't even have to change the schematic. I wonder if that's something they're going to do in the future, is they offer all those different variant honeycombs, make you have individual schematics for them.
Like they did with the space food. They have X1, X2, X3, right? And it just requires one different input component,
Hmm.
essentially. So make your illuminescent glass with copper and you get green, or
Right.
it's whatever.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, essentially the glass should be lit in the same color as these quartzes are that are lying on the surface. They're also glowing in these different little colors. Yeah. But I like the moving colors that I put on our landing pad. I think when I'm back to having some cash, I might expand on that.
The only thing I don't like is how some of it sticks up out of the pad a little bit. I wish there was a
Yeah,
clear.
but I
Is
can't
there like a
inset
clear
it,
voxel or maybe like inset it into it? Would it still?
unfortunately.
Because
Unfortunately.
some of
The
the.
the 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 stuff that is glowing glass and that is on the surface, I'm still moving. But these blinking lamps, they are unfortunately, if I move them down a voxel, then they are in the paste.
Well, what I'm saying is there a way to move them down a voxel, but then remove the voxels around them? Shouldn't that be enough that you wouldn't have an actual dip in there, but at the same time we wouldn't have a bump to deal with when on the landing pad as well?
Uh, I can try that, but I think it would in the end be a downward bump.
All right.
Uh,
Of course, at the same time, I would actually prefer over that because I think that my landing gear and everything can compensate for a dip versus having one tiny little voxel sticking up. So
I think the voxels, I haven't collided in any way with these lamps that are down there,
okay.
so I don't know if that was an issue.
I don't know. I just know that I noticed that stuff was sticking up, and that every time I went to land, I was always a little cockeyed or hit on something, or when I tried to scoot forward a little bit, then my landing gear caught on something. So
I think it's these illuminated glass voxels that are sticking out in the parking areas to the problem, but I don't think it's the lamps that are blinking.
well, that would be awesome then. If we could just,
Yeah,
yeah, if inset those then into the.
you had, no. gun for 5 minutes or so.
All right. Okay. And I have pretty much reached max speed. Cool.
Yeah, I got all the canopies in there.
All right. I'm about to VR over right now. Did you rename it? No.
Well,
Well, then you changed the permissions on it recently? Because the only thing that's coming up is Phoenix Rising Org. Oh, is this the turtle?
no, you can come to the turtle. That's here too. Weird. Maybe I accidentally deactivated. Location name Phoenix One. Um,
Yeah, the only Phoenix I see is Phoenix Rising Org VR. And I don't see the turtle either.
I did mess around with my change. Ask your.
Did you make sure sometimes when you move it, all you need to do is reactivate the surrogate pod and make sure that the surrogate pod has the permission applied to it.
Oh, yeah, connect surrogate. You give it like 3 seconds.
Were you fixing the Phoenix?
What do you mean?
Which one were you trying to give me to connect to?
Phoenix?
Okay, so Phoenix is still not showing up. Does it start Phoenix or is it the Phoenix?
Phoenix One.
Yeah, so no Phoenix. The only Phoenix I see is Phoenix Rising. Phoenix Reborn with a weird spelling. Phoenix 1. Hold on. Here it is.
Major server.
Could be. Could be just bad spelling on my part.
In pieces right now this morning.
It's thinking about connecting. There we go. All right, where are the items? In the ship container?
Yep. Link to that.
Where's the hub?
Bridge. What I want is just more visibility to the left or right, so you can cut down the walls. Do you want me to do that?
Here we go. Okay, so this is the bridge right here. All right. Well, okay, so you already have glass attached right now?
Nothing. Okay, glass is all. Let me make you some more.
All right. And you want to keep the glass floor, though. You don't want that to
Um,
be canopy as well?
yeah, wait, glass.
Okay. Because you can make that canopy as well, and it would have more strength and resistances. All right. Let's take a look at these large ones first, because I haven't messed with how big they are. All right, so yeah, perfect. A large would fit the exact bottom that you have for the most part. Like that is a perfect fit for a one large that you have to replace the entire bottom. Just so you know.
Oh wow, that really messed up the made it really jagged. See that? Like when I deleted it out.
No, hold on. I was doing something else. I gotta link the container. There. Yeah, when you've gone in and molded anything, then deleting something away sometimes messes that up. So you just gotta be careful about it.
What makes it a little easier? We can push the bridge forward.
I want to test something just for shits and giggles real quick. We're gonna do it this way. Because you deleted, correct? Using the anti-voxel tool?
Yeah,
Alright, I want to try something
so I just
else.
replaced them. I undid it.
Did that look like it fucked it up? Or did it keep it nice and straight? More like you wanted it? Can you not see that?
Yeah, that looks fine. Yeah, fine.
Is that good to work with? Because here's the other thing too. Watch, look over here. So there is exactly the piece. We just did a cut. We marked out the
Okay.
area and did Control X, and we cut that piece out, and we can just set it over here. And so now you can do whatever modifications, and then if you want, you can do those same modifications to here, and then just paste the piece right back into place.
Do you think that's too much to canopy in? Medium.
Too
I'm
much?
thinking you should just do it to the first pillar. It's fine. You put everything in front of that. So if you put it back and just cut it to the first pillar where I'm right by here, the second, just cut it to that. So from there to there.
Look at that. Is that what you want? Fwaboom. View space.
That makes it easy for you.
and
You
like I
know, that's
said,
what I literally just had, right?
yeah, that was, I mean, all I did was place one large canopy there. I mean, your building actually was very spot on for like, and here's the thing, I would actually suggest, let's see, we could probably switch it like that. Will that work a little bit better?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, your building was pretty much spot on, like I said. And then if you do have one more. Cool. Yeah, the bottom. We definitely need to put this at in the
I just leave it like that, I guess.
Did you do you still have glass down here?
Yeah,
Oh. Yeah, see, well, I guess you
I can
can.
move it back. I
Well,
moved it forward because I was going to extend the bridge.
there. Look.
No, no,
Boom.
no, that one can go on the top roof. I want you to.
Yeah. You don't want the
You,
shielding at the bottom?
no, because it has
'Cause
a lot more health than want the shielding on the top. Like I have, like I have
I
underneath.
mean, I get that, but at the same time, what I'm thinking of too is won't that be taking a lot of heat damage? They don't, you're going to be coming in even at a bottom or at an angle, I'll put it up here. There's no problem, but I recommend that you get another one
What?
and replace your bottom glass with one of these as well. There you go, sir.
Oh wow, thank you.
That was, I mean, it was the hardest thing I had to do all day, but I worked through it. Do you want
I
more? Do you want more elsewhere? Is what you're saying? Do you want more on the sides,
well, you
too?
see, look in the inventory,
I
and there's
see
a
them.
ton of
So because I mean, you can go simple, because you went with squares. So I mean, you don't have to do anything fancy. You can put a whole bunch of these in there like that and just have them squared out. But if you want to get a little bit fancier, then that's where we'll use these and put them at some angle. You know, like let's see if we can do this here.
I just want
Yeah,
more visibility for the captain's chair.
no, that
So
went the
if you can
opposite
go off
direction.
this glass and just do like 5 meters just to the 90 degrees out from the chair, you know,
Yeah.
right here, that's like make it rounded. That's a 45 degree, so it should work.
Like, see, like that? Is you're wanting something like that?
Um, yeah,
Because I mean, I'm not understanding exactly what you're wanting. Because the other thing is that you have to get the. I think you're missing some in order to complete the. No, we got the canopy shield, Canopy Shield D. Were there any Canopy Shield C's? Because I use C's as well.
no, I
To.
didn't think I found those. I bought everything they had.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I like that. That's cool. Well, normally like this, I don't think we can get another D to work and closing it in. That's where you need the or we can get an approximation maybe.
That worked out pretty well. I think
You got it?
yeah, because that's the only angle I really want. I need two of those. I'm not. Oh,
So the only thing that sucks is that I haven't found a way to mirror components. Like get it, being able to just say, hey, I want to take this since I've got it in my inventory, take this component and mirror it on this side. You end up having to finagle it into that side as well. But yep, that'll be a nice bridge. Should have a little bit of a Connie feel to her, but with better view space.
yeah. I'll leave that there. So,
But yeah, if you wanted this cool, how you've got that angle right there, if you want that all view space, then I would say just use the square ones and dip them into the voxel a little bit. I think they move by 0.5 voxels at a time, so you should be able to bury it into the voxel a
Well,
little bit.
the medium's at a 45-degree angle. Well, almost line up. Yep. Windshields. Another, I have the exact same one over here,
Yep.
and then 45-degree angle medium glass until just because you'll need two of them for the length of the cord.
Nice.
Give a little bit better view because you can see left or right in the old one. You know how much bigger it is now?
Yeah.
It's extended it like 50 meters.
Yep. I say maximize your core size space if you can. So, all right, bro. I'm gonna hop back over to my ship.
For looking at it.
Well, I apologize. I wasn't more help.
Oh, you're a ton of help.
uh, all right. And get back up to speed.
Oh,
Yay! I sold 4 containers and 50 scrap and 200 scrap. And who only buys 4 lithium scrap? Like, really 4? That's it? Penny pincher. Keep some extra on hand.
oh, oh, okay. Like, what the hell is it?
What were you asking, Aries?
I couldn't figure out why my container wouldn't go. It's just lightly nicky. Fourth container going down. Or not. What canopy corner was that?
The one you don't have?
No, the one that you use.
Oh,
I
wait a
have
bit.
C, D, and D. What? D, D. Oh, because
So
I
it's the only triangle one. You don't have the other one, which is C or B. It's one of the two. It's something else. There's another triangle one. There's two different triangles with different angles. That's how I was able to achieve the way my cockpit looks, is because I had to put those different angles in there. Alright, kill fuel. Okay, still got about 30 minutes until we reach our destination.
why didn't you place this shit?
What?
Ah,
You said you had it from there.
but I did not place it on that one edge that I need to get a point.
Um, you may need to cut the other side the same way that we cut that side to get it to place the same way. I can't remember exactly which face of the voxels we placed it on, and whether or not that was a cut face.
Not let it be. Yeah,
Of course, the other thing you can do is just place it right next to the one that we did place, and get it to be mirrored, and then just use the arrow keys to move it over.
I'll try the U.
But yeah, they need a feature to where I can look at a already placed component and kind of like right click on it or whatever and tell it to copy, a mirror orientation or whatever like that, so that I can place the next one that I have in my inventory, opposite of where it was.
Did that to me on purpose, didn't you? Oh, there is a different windshield. I have a normal canopy and then I have a D. Why are you playing with my emotions?
I thought you bought every canopy I'd ever need. You lied and broke my heart.
That was easy. you doing?